everybody, it's been a while. I hope you've been well. We've missed you, but we are once again back with Goldshine Investigations. What is Goldshine Investigations? Well, it's our D&D 5e homebrew campaign, DM'd by the wonderful Anonymous. But, you know, if this is your first time tuning into Graham Crackers, well, welcome, firstly. Secondly, here at Graham Crackers, we are all about making memories with friends, whether those are through tabletop role-playing games, MMOs, video games, or anything to do with friends, because making memories is the most important thing in this world. But, you know what? Here at Graham Crackers tonight, while I am always Graham Crackers, tonight I get to play Gaheris Nervos. Oh, sorry, Lord Gaheris Nervos Blackmont, Lord of the Silver Sanctum, first of his name, Father of Dragons, the Unsmitable, Herald of Nightmares. Thank you, it's a work in progress. But
Fey touched?
Fey touched, one could say.
Should they?
I mean, they could. They can say anything, technically. Like, I can't stop them. But I am joined by some phenomenal friends and phenomenal people tonight, as I am every Friday when we're here. But while they need no introduction at all, ever, because they're all phenomenal and you should already know everything they're doing because they're so great, I'd love to know three things. Who are they? Who are they playing? And who wants to ask the question tonight? Who's someone that hasn't asked the third question? Jeremy? Kari? What's our third question that we want to know tonight?
If you found a stray small animal just randomly, what would your character name that animal? And what animal would it be?
For Gaheris, it's definitely an otter. And I think he would name it Coriander.
I love that. That's adorable.
Thank you. I'll be here all night.
Oh, man.
I hope so.
Alright, I am Pharaoh. I will be playing Utaka, a water genasi cleric rogue. If he were to find a small companion, you know what? He has, in the form of a little rat, which he carries around, which he hasn't named because he's very bad at naming things. In fact, you will remember, he hasn't named a single of his own pets in this entire campaign. I believe he has asked Israel for help naming every single one of them. So Israel, what would he name his rat?
Pearl.
What?
Pearl.
Pearl. Okay.
The rat's name is Pearl. Although the help that he got naming Barry was Gaheris, but the other pets, yes. Israel helped a bit. That means it's my turn. Hello, everyone. It's me, Kari, and I will be playing Israel, the half-elf Fate Pact Warlock. And if she were to find a small animal abandoned, it would probably be either a canine or like a fox from the woods or like a raccoon. And what she would name it? It's difficult. But probably something food related. Or like, as she's named most of his pets, like gemstone related, because those were things that she knew and were pretty. Yeah, probably. I couldn't say what because she has trouble naming things surprisingly, but it's because she thinks so hard about it. She has to like find the right one. So she just like sits there and like stares at the thing very seriously for a long while and then just announces what its name is.
So she would be content having a raccoon named Meatball?
Yes.
Okay.
Or anything. Honestly, she might name it like Tumbleweed. Especially if she found it in the middle of the road.
That'd be delightful.
Well, I suppose that means it's my turn. Hi, everyone. My name is Jeremy, and I have the pleasure of playing Barrel Lord Ron Blackmont, the silver-haired Hell Knight, Protector Azamar, Oath of Devotion Paladin. And I can't, other than the companions he already has, I'd have to say it'd be like a small songbird. And I don't know what he'd name it. Probably something, I don't know, like a lullaby, something cheesy like that. It'd be like, oh, you little thing. Of course, it's going to be this tiny creature. Anyways, without further ado, I'll pass it off to our wonderful GM, Matt.
That's me. I am Matt, your DM. I will be playing everyone else. And, well, I suppose for a question like this, I usually just pluck an NPC out from the air. I'll say, since we're getting close to our final session, why not have one of the first NPCs? If Mistra found a stray animal and decided to adopt it, I think that despite being allergic and hating them, if she found a stray kitten, she would absolutely adopt it. But the moment she noticed how silly cats tend to be, and probably seeing it do something like play with its own tail, she would name it Ouroboros.
But what about the bartender the first time we were ever
Uh,
at? The bar we spent the most time at.
That would be. I actually need to pull my notes up for
callback,
yeah. I think I remember who it is. I just need to make sure I'm thinking of the right guy.
Think of how many times we got drunk at that person's tavern and they were like, "Oh no, it's that adventuring party again."
Yeah. No.
Questions and a lie again.
Yeah. Delilah. Yeah, Delilah. Delilah would probably. I'd say she would have like a dog, but one of those like kind of wolf dogs that's not quite fully transitioned into dog yet. She'd probably name it something like that sounds deliberately intimidating. She'd either name it something deliberately intimidating, like Face Ripper, or something deliberately cute to throw off people, like Whiskers. But then she's like, Whiskers, and then this like big ass wolf comes in. So I think that's what she would have named a pet if she had one.
Thank you.
And
Thank you. now all the questions I've ever needed to have answered in this game have been answered.
Yeah. No point having a Q&A after the final one. Every question's been answered.
You all wondered why I ask a third question every game. It's because I've had a little checklist of questions I wanted to ask.
This was it, the final straw. Without further ado, are you all ready to dive back in to the Goldshine investigations?
We are.
Very well. When we last left off on the Goldshine investigations, the party made their way to the city of Smythe, a common town that was taken by the Undercommon at the start of the Bluefield War, and now is divided between common and undercommon, who attempt to coexist to the best of their ability. Infiltrating the city of Sin, making your way through the Cambion-littered streets, Geharis and Israel made their way to the Four Horsemen's Casino, where they met Waylon Quail Mariner, a gambler who used to work for the Children of Redside before going rogue after being given the ability to force anyone to comply in a deal that they agree on. And with a bit of convincing and hearing the man's story, the party has convinced the fate-obsessed gambler, recovered from the vengeance he sought and now hoping to just return to a peaceful life in his mother's memory. The party has convinced him, along with our favorite Freezy Man, to join them in the battle against the priest, and with any luck, stop this threat before it escalates any further. As beneath every dragon, it appears there is someone holding the chain. And if you hope to get to Lord L's, you must first take out his beast. Meanwhile, speaking of beasts that need to be conquered, Utaka and Ivron made their way to the town cemetery, where Rin Minogue, Utaka's former priestly master of their bitchy water goddess, and with Ivron spectating, Utaka and the woman had a priestly battle to the death, throwing all of their divine magic at one another until finally Utaka stood victorious as the vermin tore their adopted mother apart. And that is where we return. Your business in Smythe is concluded for now, but your bugbear companion waits at the edge of the swamp, hopefully with information on what exactly is threatening it, as that is the final loose end that needs to be tied before you return to Valebright to finish this once and for all. Utaka and Ivron, as you sit together in the graveyard, it begins to, or rather, it continues to lightly snow and rain as Rin's influence assuaging means that the latent weather that the priest is creating is allowed to simply return to its normal state. As snow and rain pour over the two of you as you huddle in the graveyard together, Utaka, you and Ivron are dimly aware of the celestial dolphin that Rin had summoned, still active despite her death, circling the pair of you before it comes to the front and kind of stares at. If a dolphin is capable of malice, you can see the creature just glare before it too finally, with a light misting over the two of you of water, vanishes. And the mist in the graveyard begins to part. The diseased yellow of Utaka's magic and the bluish white of Rin's begins to dissipate into the snowy air of Smythe. And the two of you are left alone.
And I think we left off sitting on the hill there, right?
Yeah, and you said that you had something you wanted to say to Ivron, so we'll pick up there.
Well, that was strange.
Which part of it?
Oh, the porpoise thing. Dolphin? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, what's a porpoise?
I have no idea. It's just a word I heard. I'm a land-based knight. I'm sorry. My brother was the better sailor of the two of us.
You ever been on the ocean except that like one time that we had to go kill that dude?
Oh yes, a few times. I'm not very keen with boats. I hit it very well last time, if I do say so myself, but I get sick.
I gotta be honest, I'm a little nervous getting back on a boat these days.
Fair.
I think she's like watching me or something, and he like gestures vaguely to the area where the dolphin disappeared.
So you really pissed her off, huh?
Yeah.
What was it like?
Disappointing.
How so?
I mean, I remember when I like would have been fucking afraid to do something like that, but I wasn't afraid to say no, and I guess I'm almost disappointed that I didn't need to be. Like she didn't like go like and I died, you know?
I am baffled at that as well, but I'm glad that you made it through. You found your bravery, is what you're saying.
Yes. I don't know if I found it.
Well, you said before that you would have been scared of it. I think it shows that you've come quite a ways.
Yeah, but I don't know if I found it.
Well, what were you doing, or what deal did she give you that made you stand up to her?
She wanted me to go back east over the ocean.
And that's it.
Not just in like a, you know, go there someday to do something for me. Like, no, she wanted me to like go now
Ah,
and leave all you to face that thing without me.
and you felt like you couldn't leave us.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, I'm glad you stuck around, whatever the outcome of your decision.
I'm glad too. You know, she wasn't the only god I pissed off. I kind of pissed both of them off, like one and then the other.
I can believe that, strangely enough. And it gives you a smile, a playful smile. Do you think you made the right choice?
Yeah.
Does your God think you made the right choice?
I didn't get the feeling they thought there was a right choice. Just that a choice had to be made.
Hmm.
They ain't never told me what to feel or anything. Made me bow and beg.
Well, they are gods.
Yeah. They're
You're
not as
right.
scary as I thought they'd be. I don't know what that means about us and what we're doing.
All my life, I've sought out a god, a deity, whatever patronage made me as I am today. But after a while, I just didn't care.
I remember you used to talk about it and brood.
I didn't
You
brood.
yeah, you did. You didn't let them see it because you just do it in the morning. You'd get up and like pray, and your brow would like go in and knit, and then you'd like get up and like sigh before you moved around and did anything. Like that's brooding.
Well, I wasn't aware I was doing that. Thank you for being there to remind me.
I wasn't gonna say anything. I mean, like, I noticed, but like,
You were
I-
watching me.
yeah, I would, yeah.
Why?
I don't, I don't know. Because is that surprising? I'm always watching you.
Um, always. Um,
Sorry,
I'm flattered. Are you all right?
no, I just like killed her, and she was, I don't know.
I'm not. I must apologize. I've been trying to play light in this very serious mood in hopes
No,
that.
I like that. Thank you.
Would you like to move away from here?
To where?
Well, we do have to find the others and hopefully get back to Griaz. I don't like the thought of him being out on his own.
Yeah, I just don't want to do that yet.
All right. Would you like to be alone?
Like alone?
Um, well, just alone with your thoughts. I don't have to be here.
No, not you. I don't need to be alone.
All right. Ron will just continue to sit with Utaka.
I was just. It's just making me think. I don't. I thought everything was gonna be so fucking obvious. Like, we knew where we had to go, we knew what we had to do, and now I don't know. I don't know what comes after any of this. All you have, like, somewhere to go, something to do, someone to be with.
Hmm.
I don't know where that leaves me after it all.
Well, I can assure you that whatever your decision, you won't be alone. You will have us. Tell you what, if you still don't know, should we survive the oncoming battle, you can come back to the Barrow with me.
I could give that a try.
Well, it's landlocked, so you won't really have to worry about water, and the burrows do tend to have vermin. It's just a
Doesn't
thought.
sound all bad. But it's all like strict there, and like armies and like weird necromancer priests, right? That's what I remember you talking about.
Uh, in a way, it's peaceful and serene. And there are mountains and forests. It's not like it's just the town. There's land around. If you don't have to live with the strict militaristic style of my peoples, they
I
they
mean,
do
like,
like
good
to
luck
have
to
fun.
them. Good luck to anyone trying to make me live like that.
There's a drinking hole there. It's
Remember?
just as old as the town. It's fantastic, and it's where all the warriors and knights tend to go when they come back from their adventures. We hear tales and sing songs and drink to their health, and until we can't drink anymore. It doesn't sound so bad.
Nah. Doesn't. Can I ask you something?
Of course.
It's just you told me to ask.
I mean, yes, consent is good. What did I tell you to ask exactly?
Can I kiss you?
Is this one of those customs things, or is this?
What?
I'm sorry.
No, you
What?
idiot. I just want to.
All right. And yeah, he'll lean in for a tender kiss.
Okay.
Mm.
Scene break.
Yeah. Gaharis and Israel. When we last left you guys, you were exiting the Four Horsemen Casino, and Waylon Mariner has agreed to join the army of Veilbright and actively fight against Lord Els rather than simply run. Is there any final business you guys wish to conduct in Smythe, or are you prepared to head back to the entrance and try and regroup with the others?
There is one thing that I would love to do while we are in Smite. As I said last episode, I would be healing people as we are preparing to leave, so that all of the tieflings and all of the people who no longer wish to be here, may, whether they are elf or tiefling, they are welcome in the Silver Sanctum to come with us.
Roll me a persuasion check.
First roll of the night. Let's go. Okay. Come on, plus 12. Don't let me down. Alright, 15 plus 12, 27.
Okay. As you and Israel hit parts of the town gradually, you're actually able to convince a decent amount of Smite's population to leave. Some were already planning to evacuate as the hurricane is getting worse, and they might need to head to high. Many of them are planning to make their way to the bugbear colonies down south. So those who already had plans, assuming that you're just trying to get them away from the hurricane, just reassure you that they already have somewhere to go. However, a lot of people, especially from the coastal side of town, do agree, as those are people who lack the means to evacuate themselves and appreciate the offer of work and a roof over their heads. And as the rain pours around the two of you, again, you're able to convince a good chunk of the population. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Does the elf and his friends that I healed their wound, did they come back? That was their task, was they were going to tell people.
Yeah, which...
Have they come back? Okay.
Yes, they haven't told a whole lot of people, as they didn't assume you meant right away, as you've only been gone for like maybe an hour.
Them by tonight.
Yeah.
Okay,
But they assure you they are keeping it in mind, and at the very least do plan to take up the offer themselves, as they could use the work.
Okay. Then I will just stay healing anyone that needs it while we wait for Utaka and Ivron. Let's see here. Out of the group, is there anyone that looks out of place?
Among like the group of townspeople?
Yeah, of the people that have signed on, like Gaharis, I think, is very mindful of, like, there are definitely still going to be spies.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anyone that looks a little bit too willing, I guess?
Roll perception. looking around, holding your bespectacled shield aloft and scanning the crowd as you explain where the Silver Sanctum is, how to get there, and what they can expect to find. Nobody strikes you as particularly out of place. Most of these people look like they belong here. And I will say, you note that given that you've already met the Children of Red Side operative that operated here, and they and most of their crew were already either planning to either leave or join your side, you're fairly confident that there's likely nobody here, as basically the only reason that would be the case is if they were a rogue, but they would have probably gone to regroup with Mariner and either been killed or joined his crew, who are now on either your side or leaving.
Okay. Yeah, then I will just post up there unless Israel needs me for anything. I'll just...
No, she's probably... she's probably actually, like, just trying to awkwardly talk with some of the townsfolk. Mostly the elves, because, again, she's literally never met another elf that she also wasn't trying to kill. Again, the only other elves she's seen in almost her entire life were the drow that were following Ringo. And she killed them, most of them, with everybody else. So she's just like, I want to know about elves, but I also am painfully aware that I know nothing about other elves. So she's trying to, like, I don't know, respectfully ask after, like, history and elven stuff without being, like, too weird about it. But she's probably a little weird about it.
All right.
But it's like an endearing awkwardness, I think. And she, of course, would explain to some of the townspeople of, like, I've literally never seen an elf before. I was the only elf in my village. I was just left by a tree. And I was found. So... So you'll find her trying to, like, get in touch with her elven side among the villagers and asking about, like, the history of Smythe and just... Elves. What are they?
Yeah. What's an elf? I'll tell you what, for fun, go ahead and roll me a history check.
Add a bardic inspiration to it for good measure.
Woo, woo, woo. Is that a D6?
Yes.
Cool. Ooh. 18 plus 5 plus 1. So
Okay.
that is 24.
Okay. You meet up with one of the younger elves who, from what they say, actually joined up with Mariner's gambling crew after Mr. Mariner arrived in Smythe. But given that they lived here beforehand, they are actually able to tell you a decent bit about the town. Smythe was a pretty much purely elvish village before the arrival of the Bluefield Alliance. But once the Bluefield Alliance was formed, they were basically completely cut off from the rest of the common folk and isolated on the coast. And whenever the Bluefield Alliance basically walked in and said, like, you know, you're kind of out of options, my guys. You can leave or join us. The elves took that rather than be forced out of their homes. And for the most part, things are obviously not looking bright for the elves of Mazai, but they are confident that once the war is over, that things may hopefully go back to normal. I will say as an interesting side note that apparently, according to the story you're told, the place that has political dominion over Smythe, once they lost their independence to the Bluefield Alliance, is actually Cask, the Bluefield land of the undead. However, partially because of the undead energies that seep the Black Swamp, and partially because just Smythe being, you know, coastal and inhabited by elves, undead can't really be super comfortable there. So the undead don't typically live there. And in fact, despite it being considered a part of Cask and the Bluefield Alliance, many people have never actually been to Smythe, as it's considered just this kind of out of the way slum town that most people don't bother with. So because of that, the elves' prospects aren't great, but they at least can say they're generally left alone. It's not like they're sitting on top of a valuable resource that everyone wants. It's mostly the dangers that come with basically being completely isolated from everyone, as most of the money that comes in from abroad is from the Bluefield Alliance to the Bluefield Alliance rather than from them to the Elvish population. They basically have to get all the resources like secondhand just through doing odd jobs. Beyond that, they mentioned that Smythe's largest sort of notes of sorts were before the Bluefield War broke out. They were actually famous for the celebrations they would hold. Being so close to the Black Swamp made the elves of Smythe very spiritual, and as a result, they would hold druidic celebrations every so often, which apparently would attract people from all over Mazai at the time. But since the war and the arrival of the colonists, Smythe and the islanders of the Sentinel and Crumbling Isles are the last true Mazai natives, as everyone else, common and undercommon, are trespassers. So not only are you meeting your first elf, you're also meeting the first person who actually belongs on this continent. Everyone else came from abroad and said, "This is mine." And they're very good-natured about your lack of awareness of Elvish culture and tell you a little bit about, or at least what they can tell you about being an elf. You're going to live for a while, your hair will continue to grow, and there's no use cutting it, just learn how to tie it back. You believe, let me double-check your character sheet here. Need to just double-check what kind of elf you are, because that actually might be relevant here.
I have no idea what kind of elf I chose to be. Likely a wood elf?
Oh, you're a half elf, so
yeah, exactly. She's only half elf.
So yeah, they're very good natured and just to kind of pass the time, mostly, as Gaheris is, checking the crowd for spies and making sure everybody's ready to evacuate to the Silver Sanctum or head south to the Bugbears. The elf tells you a little bit about just Elvish heritage and what is meaningful to them. They tell you that the dream of most elves is to reach the great land of Minotis, called Minotis HQ. As back during the Second Age, the elves were a powerful, luxurious military empire during the Second Age that, when the continent split, completely crumbled. And supposedly the capital of Minotis, the central building where all military operations were conducted from, has never been found. And all elves, wood elves, light elves, sea elves, dark elves, all elves dream of someday finding it, as that would mean elves would unite and become a global power united together rather than constantly squabbling amongst themselves as they tend to do. But there hasn't been any leads on where this supposed place is, if it even exists at all. And all that's left of the great elf empires is forgotten technology in the Underdark that's been taken away from them, and the genetic memories they've inherited based on the type of elf they would eventually become. Most of the elves here are either sea elves or light elves, but you're also told of wood elves and, of course, dark elves, all of whom are descendants from a different general of the Minotis army. So you're told a little bit about your heritage and everything else. And as the two of you group up by the gates, as Gaheris, you're gathering everybody, healing the wounded and treating the sick, and Israel, you're just discussing elvish heritage with one of Mariner's gamblers. A familiar fuzzy figure begins to step out of the tree line of the Black Swamp. And we're going to take a break.
Oh my god, guys, it's Melvin. Are you so excited?
I can't. I'm so
Okay.
excited. Melvin's back.
Excited.
Melvin! Alright, we will
Alright.
be right back, everybody. We'll see you in, let's say, 10? 10
We'll
seconds.
say that.
We'll say
Yeah,
that.
we'll say
Never hold me
that.
accountable.
See y'all in a bit.
miss us too much. We missed you dearly.
I missed you,
We
Graham.
love 'em. Guess who is returning? That's right. While they need no introduction, I'm gonna make them introduce themselves and who they're playing.
I assume that's me. Hi, everyone. I'm Derek Sword. I play Griaz Bramblepelt, Bugbear Rogue, speaker for the Swomp. He is a Lorax, basically. He does speak for the trees, and we're gonna heck and save that swamp.
Oh, what was the question we had today? Oh,
if you're
an animal, what animal would it be, and what would you name it?
I mean,
character,
another one.
not you.
Yeah, another one. Well,
Yeah, it has to be like just a small abandoned creature. What would this creature be, and what would you name it?
To add to my menagerie, which is currently an Ankylosaurus, a Mimic, and a Rock Dragon. Let's see, probably something from it would probably just be like a full-grown, like oversized alligator, like Lake Placid sized alligator. So, oh, you sweet baby. Oh, actually, no, that would be Melvin. I adopted Melvin.
Yeah, Melvin is your stray animal.
I adopted a human wizard that I just found who hadn't washed himself in a little while. Yeah.
Also, I thought of this during the break, but I'll go ahead and say it now before we dive fully back in. You joked earlier, like, oh, what if I'd been revealing Melvin instead of Griaz? And just the thought occurred to me, how funny would it be if we did manage to get Riley back just for the last session? So he has to jump from, like, what, I think, like, a level, like, 8 wizard, I want to say, to, like, a level 20. I have so many new spells! Anyway, all useless.
Have I told you that I could tell you 7 ways to tell the time? I devised my own spells.
That being said, let's dive back in. And let's rewind just a tad. As we cut back to what your druid had done once the 4 of you parted ways with him. Griaz. As your group makes their way into Smythe and you turn your back to head in deeper into the Black Swamp, what do you do once you've returned to your home?
First thing he's going to do, let me pull up my spells here. I think he has Animal Messenger. So... No, he sure doesn't. Okay, never mind then. Then I think the first thing he's going to do is cast Commune with Nature. And he is going to reconnect to this place that is his home that he's been disconnected from for so long. He's going to really try to get an overall check of how the swamp is doing, but ultimately the thing that he is really looking for is where the fuck these intruders are.
Okay, so yeah, you gain knowledge of up to 3 things. So general state of the swamp, where intruders are, and you can learn a 3rd thing if you wish. Is there anything you'd like to add onto that?
3 facts. Yeah, so the terrain and bodies of water will say influence from other planes of existence, and then the powerful celestials, fays, fiends, elementals, or undead.
Okay. So, one step at a time. Rather, one fact at a time. First, terrain and bodies of water and just their kind of general health. The swamp is certainly smaller than when you left it. Civilization has been kind of gradually encroaching on it, and the machinations of the Children of Red Sun have not been making it easier for them to fight back. However, while the swamp has shrunk, what remains of it is standing firm. The swamp is not in immediate ill health, at least not largely. You do note that beyond the usual, because, I mean, tar pits aren't exactly conducive to flourishing plant life, but you do note that there is distinctly more kind of absent, not ill health, but absence of health in areas around the graveyard. And the second thing you learn, referring to influence from other planes of existence, you determine that there is influence from the divine plane, the plane of the gods. So gods are involved in whatever this is. And I will say that with that sense, like, yeah, referring to specifically other planes of existence, yeah, you only sense basically from the plane of the divine. You do not sense any other immediate outer plane influence. Uh, and celestials, fae, fiends, elementals, or undead. You sense the presence of 2 powerful undead and 2 powerful celestials, all in the same general area within the tar pits of the Black Swamp, the graveyard.
I guess he's going to be making his way there then. He is definitely going to be moving quietly, but also with some haste. And he's going to hold back as long as he can to wait for his friends. Let's see, I don't want to just leave the forest without giving them anything. So let me see. Okay, I think that's what we'll do. Since Utaka definitely would know this, he's going to try to leave a small trail of burning hands, just like smacked into the sides of trees, just intermittently throughout the forest. As this, like, hopefully Utaka would know to follow the sort of thing.
Okay, noted. And roll me stealth if you're going to try and be sneaky.
Okay, so that's 16 plus 14, so that's 30.
Okay, nice. In that case, Griaz, leaving a trail of the visage of the burned hand everywhere you go, you start cutting your way through the Black Swamp. And much as you feel at home in the shady underbellies of cities like Valebright and Jor, you feel at home here just simply cutting through brush and over swampland and just cutting your way through swaths of wilderness as you make your way, quite literally leaving embers in your wake as you cut across the Black Swamp toward the graveyard. As you approach the graveyard, you immediately start to notice something's off. The trees are not dying. They're simply frozen, stopped. No wind rustles them. They don't give off any odor. It's like the tree is there, but simply stuck as it is, frozen in a moment in time, rather than actually at one with the nature around it. Like a single concrete building among a swath of forest. And this foul, acrid stench fills your nostrils. You yourself have not necessarily smelt something quite like this, but it's the smell of just endless decay and disease, as if you're smelling a pit of bodies rather than the simple burnt skeletal remains within the tar pits. And as you work your way closer, continuing to cut your way through, you notice more and more trees are starting to look like that, frozen and still. And finally, as you reach the kind of core of the tree line, the graveyard lays out before you, but it's wrong. The graveyard is normally littered with kind of ashy mud and, of course, tar pits, but everything is just a starch, off-putting white. The trees are there, the tar pits are there, but it's all just pure chromic white, as if all life and color had been taken away from them. And standing on a hilltop, you recognize this as having once been the body of a great creature that has since died. standing atop the skull of a great beast that had fallen prey to the tar pits, you see 7 figures, all just kind of grouped together and like kind of talking to each other. None of them appear to have noticed you yet.
Okay. If they haven't seen him, he is going to kind of slink back into the shadows and use wild shape to turn into, let's pick up. We'll say that he just turns into a raven, just perched on one of the trees, just to kind of keep an eye on them. And he'll try to watch out for the rest of his party, but he is absolutely, if things look like are moving along and the party's not there, he's going to take an action.
Okay. In that case, we'll make a slight adjustment. As you observe, Israel, Geharis. Rather than the approach of the furry figure I had promised, you wait for a while. I'll say, Utaka and Ivron, do you intend to return to the center of town after some time, or do you want to wait where you are?
I think they would try to find their friends at some point.
Okay, Utaka?
Can't just be making out in a graveyard all night, Utaka. Come on, we have the world to save.
Look. Okay, thank you for looking. Let's continue.
All right. Geharis and Israel, you think you see a fuzzy figure emerging from the tree line, but it's actually just a slightly disheveled looking Ivron with Utaka not far behind. The two of them return. Utaka smells awful, and Ivron looks a little disheveled, but otherwise the two seem quiet, but otherwise none the worse for wear. But you've been here for a few hours now, and there's still no sign of Griaz.
Did Griaz say he was sending like a chipmunk or something to find us?
He said he was going to leave a sign for you. Yeah.
Hello, how did things go on your end? Ivron, your hair is a little mussed.
Yeah. It went well.
Insight check.
I don't think he's being deceived.
No, it's just like to sense the vibes. Like, what are the vibes here? This is a vibe check. All right, that's a 13. What is it? Insight. Yeah. All right. Yeah, so that's a 15. 15 insight. What are we picking up here? What are the vibes?
I think maybe a little breathless, not necessarily in a naughty way either, but just he himself would be a little taken aback as maybe a whole new world just kind of opened up for him.
Utaka's kind of like shifting away and not looking at you since you mentioned Ivron's hair is disheveled.
But we faced, or would she?
We faced.
Yeah, Utaka faced. Well, you go ahead and explain, Utaka. It's on the way. Okay. You remember I told you in the Silver Sanctum that she had another cleric here on the continent, like, I'd say she was better than me, but apparently she wasn't. So I just had to do a thing.
I see.
Like, and kill her. So.
There is definitely another insight check, particularly on Utaka. Like, what is the state of Utaka right now?
Oh, go ahead.
The state of Utaka is like all over the place.
Exactly. Like, how How visibly all over the place
I
are
made
we?
out with a crush.
Oh, nice. All right. So we got a 19 here. Definitely more perceptive with.
He's flustered and kind of like trying to explain this quickly because he's clearly uncomfortable about the topic. And it's like, it's not like I want to avoid the topic. It's more like he personally is unhappy.
Yeah. Okay. So with that in mind, Israel's gonna be like, okay, well, Bria's was supposed to leave us a sign, right? She's gonna try and like shift the conversation away from what they were doing.
That is very true.
Oh, hold up. What? How did your venture go?
Well, we got a whole bunch
Oh,
of
it's fine.
that are moving to the Silver Sanctum, and the gambler is coming to assist us with the priest.
Did you get me those diamonds?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There you go.
Thanks.
Yeah, we did great.
You're welcome.
And I'm
only
gonna
thing we
open it
didn't
and make
get-
sure there's enough.
Yeah, the only thing we didn't get was dinner, which is unfortunate, but
I think they've got like meatballs on a stick. I think I walked past it over.
no time for that.
Ah, fuck.
Well, we should probably go look for Griaz. Unfortunately,
Probably.
If Griaz doesn't want to be found, it's very hard to find Griaz.
Why? I'm gonna like pull out a stone from my bag. Hey, Griaz, we're trying to find you. Where the fuck are you?
Where you at, bro?
Get out and is like, never mind.
Okay, I'll say, Griaz, you've been watching the ritual. You left your trail and you've just been watching these people in the graveyard just kind of talking amongst themselves. You can't pick up exactly what they're saying, but it sounds like a hushed argument is happening between them, and whatever it is they're fighting about is delaying whatever it is they're trying to do. So despite the complete silence of the area, you have time. However, after you've been watching them for a few hours, just not taking your eyes off of them, you hear Utaka pipe up in your head from your stone. I imagine, given the otherwise silence, wildly startling you.
Yeah, he's going to check his bird watch and just kind of, and he's like, oh, those. Okay, no, that's fine. We didn't exactly lay something out. That's fine. So he is going to kind of flap away through the swamp and wild shape back into bugbear form, like as he gets to them.
Okay, so did I hear a bunch of squawks?
Or like
Were
a
you
raven caw, yeah.
Oh my god, that was loud. I don't think he can talk right now.
Is that as like a weird transforming bugbear appears? I guess that answers that.
I don't know.
Yeah, we're ready. We're good.
Can you like not squawk in my mind again? Because that was like.
I can, and duly noted.
Okay.
Apologize. I was doing a bit of intelligence gathering.
Reconnaissance.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I left y'all a trail, but I thought one of you would notice the fucking bugbear handprints on trees.
Oh.
To be fair, we didn't
There it
start
is.
looking. We called you first.
That's
Yeah,
all right. That
no.
is honestly also fair.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
So,
I should have
No,
like
that's all right.
tried. I mean, I know you wanted me to like do it though, so I didn't. I'm sorry. I just.
That's okay. I mean, I can go back and you can follow them, or
Yeah.
we can
Okay.
Would you
Or-
like us to
or-
pretend that we are just noticing them and then following it? Also, what is the sitch?
well, there's a
You
handful.
learned that from your new friends.
Do. Yeah. So there's a handful of individuals out by the graveyard on top of this, the corpse of this big old monster. That I think it was called the tar pits for a while, but they're kind of arguing amongst themselves. They ain't all what they seem. Some of them are giving off different kinds of vibes.
What kind of vibes?
Undead. A couple of them.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a lot
Yeah.
of ones?
I mean,
That
he
would-
gives this best boy gives off undead vibes too, and he's fine, aren't you, Pearl?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but then also the Empress and her fun cultist guy, who did say that his other fellow cultist people were in your swamp, right?
Yes. Yeah, it's
So strong indications they are the cultist people we are looking for.
yes.
I guess I'm okay hitting up 2 graveyards today. Let's go.
Are there any rules in this graveyard? Like, if we kill someone in this graveyard, they'll get immediately resurrected into something scary, or do we have to throw them into Zatar?
I don't think this is one of them pet cemeteries. I think this is just one of your classical. This is where things go to die. Like, it's not even that official of a graveyard. I mean, not a lot of standing stones or anything like that. It's just where, lots of stuff dies in the swamp. But if you can choose to die somewhere, that's try to combine it together.
Wonderful. So,
Oh, I know.
Just a swing your sword and stab kind of deal.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
favorite
Sounds
kind.
good. Did you find a good spot with cover?
Well, okay, so that's the weird thing. Going up, everything seems kind of frozen in time in a way. Like energy's being sucked from it. So there's not a lot of wind, not a lot of movement and stuff, and everything just seems kind of stuck. So there is some cover, and I'll do my best to assist you all in that as well. But
Oh no, that's really fine. I can create cover. I was just
How
Sure.
far
Wonder.
that way is it? How far are we talking?
Matt, about how far in the swamp were we?
It wasn't overly far. You'd say maybe like an hour out tops.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, first of all, just a general, just pass without trace on you all. Pass without trace be with you.
I'd also be.
Thank you. So we can move a little bit quickly and quietly. In general, it kind of looks to the two heavily armored ones.
I get on Naden.
Yeah, it's on all the pets and everything too. So yeah, as we get closer,
Quietly.
yes. And hey, also, if you're really concerned, I can also turn us all into animals.
What?
Throwing that out there, just something I picked up.
Do we get to choose what animal we are?
Sorry, lots of questions. Harris, what was your question?
That is a thing that droids can do? Just turn people into animals?
Yes. Yes.
Do we get
very,
to
very.
choose?
Sort of. So the animals that I can turn you into are not like the super big strong ones, but not terrible. If I'm looking at my spells here, animal shapes, I can turn you into a CR rating of 4 or lower, which isn't half bad, all things considered.
What does a
Can-
CR4 or lower?
Yeah, what's that mean?
Like a little bit better than a grizzly bear, not as good as a T-Rex.
I see.
That's still pretty threatening. Grizzly bears are terrifying.
Can I just be me? I think I'm pretty scary.
I think you are as well. Like I said, it was only an option. It's not a requirement.
You
Thanks.
turn someone into an animal and someone stabs that animal, do they die immediately or do they revert back?
I believe they do revert back.
Oh, so
Yes.
that's good. So if someone in the future is like hunting in your land and you don't really like it, you can't just turn them into a deer and have their friends hunt them.
So
Yeah,
I
I'm not cursing them for all of eternity. It's more like getting a taste of their own medicine sort of deal, and then they, it's a fable sort of deal. That
maybe
they
we
learn
make
their lessons.
the big clunky boys small, and I'll just carry them.
That's a great idea.
If Ron gets on Valkyrie.
Yeah, there is a visible uncomfortableness from Garrus too. It's
I
like,
can
Well,
keep you quiet.
I'll see you up there, brother.
Don't worry about it.
Fine, bye. And I just disappear.
Yeah, and
Distance.
Israel's like, fine, I guess we're all going to get covered because these two are going to be super loud. So let's just go. The ninja squad goes together after Grias. They just melt.
Gone. I do not exist.
I guess it's just you and I. We can lead by example, I suppose.
We're still here. You just can't see us.
All right. So you all have passed without a trace. I'll say, is anyone not trying to be stealthy? Okay.
Trying is a harsh word.
Okay, so you're not. Ivron?
No, I'm trying.
Okay,
I
okay.
just I probably won't.
He's trying, it's just not gonna do any good.
Okay, so you do all still have pass without a trace. Everyone roll stealth.
41.
Well, with disadvantage, that's a 2 plus whatever my modifier is.
I could have
say-
parried you with my 41.
Did you say 41? I was so concerned. I rolled a nat 20. So that's 20 plus 17 plus 10. So that's 47.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so I have advantage because I still got the chameleon cloak, right? And I also
Yes.
rolled a nat 20.
Two. We
Two
add my
plus-
proficiency, which is a 7. Which
Okay.
Is 9 plus pass without a trace, 19.
Okay. And Ivron?
Thank you, those
I
rolls,
also-
Bard.
I also have a 19.
Okay, noted. And since you guys seem to be splitting up, Gaharis and Ivron, what's your plan? Just so I can figure out where everyone is relative to each other.
Okay. I don't want to speak for the two of us, but Ivron, would I
Go
be so
ahead.
bold in assuming it is ride our mounts at full speed, find the 7 individuals, and immediately engage in combat?
You know what? As Ivron has said before, where you lead, he will follow. So if that's your plan, Gaharis, Ivron's got your back.
They're gonna get their way before us.
Ride of the Valkyries is playing. Dun, 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 dun,
Yeah.
dun, dun, dun,
That
dun.
is
Really
absolutely
sprinting ahead.
Harris's plan is to wait for the party to get a little bit closer.
Okay.
Like, maybe like
Okay.
the party's like 300 feet away by the time Gaharis will charge.
Charge!
And Sneaky Boys, what are you guys doing? Are y'all sticking together or are you going your own ways?
Israel is sneaking but following Griaz because just established she didn't feel like looking for the trail signs. I suppose she could if she does lose track of Griaz or Utaka, but I think they're all comfortably like within each other's hide and move silently scores, so they're like moving as like a unit.
Okay.
They are the stealthy ninjas. They just like melted into the trees and are just like going.
All right, so
I
I'll put all of you guys
I feel.
side by side. Okay.
Oh, do you guys want to be linked up, or do you not want to talk to each other in the mind?
Were we still linked up from when we were in the town?
It would have been, because if an hour passed, it would have been.
Yeah, so
gone.
yeah, definitely.
Now that
Would-
everyone's here,
Would I still be missing a bunch of spell slots?
I'll say by the time you get there, because remember you're still getting hit with the priest's energy periodically. I'll say by the time you get there, mixed with the time that you, I'm checking how many spell slots you've extended, mixed with the time you spent, kind of chilling for a bit, I'll say you'll recover 10 spell slots from lowest upwards.
I think that would do all of it then.
Okay.
'Cause I don't think the combat was 12 rounds long. So,
mhm.
and I restored 2 during combat.
Okay, so yeah, so you should be fine then. All right. Gaharis,
Yeah, I have one thing I would be doing while we're riding.
go for it.
I would like to cast Death Ward on myself and Idvron.
Okay. Okay, and all right, noted. Gaharis, Ivron, deciding that you decidedly don't like the sound of Utaka carrying you while you are small and helpless, you decide it might be smarter to take a different approach, and instead, mounting your flying beasts, take to the skies and start heading over the Black Swamp tree line. Utaka, seeing that the plan is seemingly wing it, you simply, Griaz and Israel, you turn and Utaka's just gone. So Griaz, now or never, you start sneaking into the swamp, and Israel, you quickly lose sight of Griaz, but donning the hood of your scaly cloak, you run your fingers down the cloak, and much like Francine always does, you are completely hidden from all forms of tracking. And Utaka, sneaking like you would a thief in an alleyway, Griaz working your way through the trees and underbrush with this like Tarzan on a stealth mission, basically using your long bugbear arms to swing from branch to branch quietly, and Israel just treating it like a casual walk, knowing that even if a creature were to sense your footsteps, you would be hidden. Geharis and Ivron, the two of you arrive and just kind of quietly, kind of hugging the tree line, circle like vultures for a bit. You don't see your party members coming, but you kind of can clock how long it would take for them to get here, and you just kind of count almost in your head, like, wait. And then with no visual indicator, but trusting that they've arrived, the two of you prepare to charge. And I'll say at this point, the three of you have crossed into the inner parts of the dragon graveyard. You see skeletons and bones everywhere. What's up?
I was just going to say, along the way, Geharis, do you happen to have your lance?
I believe that I do. Would you like to use it?
Oh, not at all. I have mine right here. I was just wondering if you brought yours along.
I absolutely have. I will
Very well.
hold down the lance.
Okay.
A streaming silver banner.
Okay. And as Utaka, Israel, and Griaz sneakily working your way to the edge of the chalk white tree line, and Geharis and Ivron patrolling, you guys get a decent look at what you're up against. 7 figures. However, you notice on closer inspection, Griaz, only 5 of them are humanoid. 5 humanoids and 2 horses. However, they are not like any horse you've seen before. You see one of the figures next to them has this kind of sickly, almost skeletal looking horse. Like one of the skeletons in the graveyard was given life, and it simply sits next to him, occasionally pawing at the ground like a normal horse would. And next to, on the other side of the group, as again, they seem to be in a whispered argument, you see another horse that's this like big, massive, and muscular, literally so much so that you initially think its fur is red, but you realize it's just so covered in muscle and blood from its skin stretching and peeling that it looks red to the naked eye. As this massively muscular horse and the skeletal looking one kind of just paw their way as 5 humanoids in a circle just kind of argue with each other quietly. And Garrison, Ivron, you wish to charge?
Yes.
Any preference on who you charge? There's 5 figures, 2 horses.
Ideally, I would like to charge the horse, the one with the muscular horse first.
Okay, so Garrus is going for big horse. Ivron?
Ivron will most likely go for whatever's next to big horse.
Okay.
As he wants to, even though there's 2 of them, he knows to keep a line. That way no one can get flanked.
Okay. And those of you sneaking, any desire to do a sneak attack with the paladins instigating, or are you going to wait for them to start the fight and then jump in after they've drawn attention to themselves?
If I could do something to distract, perhaps giving advantage to the 2 blatantly attacking paladins, I want to draw a card from my deck of illusions and throw that over kind of to where the group of 5 would be able to see. Maybe it's going to be something big enough to distract them, maybe not, but...
Okay. You know what? I'll allow that. That's creative. I'll say, Geharis, you'll have advantage on your first attack whenever you dive in.
When I see that they're charging, given that I think they had to have been staying back to be in the zone, right?
Yes.
So if I could have been a little ahead, more like as point,
Sure, I'll allow
because
that.
I disappeared before
Yeah,
people.
What do you want to do?
As they charge, can I acrobatics myself onto one of their mounts? can I like fucking pull myself up and sit on it as they charge past?
We
Okay,
Legolas this shit.
Okay, I'll tell you what.
Legolas and the Two Towers. That's...
Okay, you know what? I'll tell you what. That's funny, so I'm gonna let you try. Roll stealth.
Stealth? Okay. I'm not trying to stealth.
No,
I mean,
you need to get
the
close
problem
enough
is
to
you're hidden
them.
and we don't know that
Oh,
you're
yeah.
not an enemy trying to
Okay,
devour.
sure.
Also,
Stealth.
aren't we like flying?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you were at least riding before you like got to them. Because you had to be
Oh,
in
so,
the
like-
zone. To have the plus 10, you had to be within like a certain distance to
Yeah,
Griaz.
I think it's-
Oh, I actually didn't know that. I
Oh,
assumed as long as he
yeah.
maintained concentration that that they would just be affected by it for a while.
With a dash action, we can get 180 feet of flying.
Well, and
Yeah.
I'll say, if it makes you feel better, Harrison Averon, I'm just freely going to tell you this now. Even with the plus 10, you weren't stealthy enough to avoid detection. So the pass without trace didn't help you anyway.
Rip.
So Taka.
So even without it, because if I'm ahead and then getting on, that would be a 32.
Okay. So you're gonna charge in and try and take one of their mounts. And Israel, what are you doing?
So I think, when they have the attention, she's going to be placing a zone of darkness, probably. Just
Okay.
because, you know
Where-
what? Obscuring vision. That doesn't obscure her vision, but it'll obscure everyone else's.
Where do you wish to place it?
Where are we? Let's see.
I just put you guys on the map. You are
X.
down at the bottom.
Yes. So,
Harrison Averon are charging in.
Darkness. The darkness. How big is darkness? It's like 60 feet, right? Let's see here.
While you're figuring
Yes.
that out, Griaz,
60
what?
feet area.
Okay, 60-foot area, and so yeah, just kind of give me an idea of where you want to put it, and I'll put Graham, if you don't mind, you can put a little thing there, but if not, then
Oh no, it's 15 foot. Excuse me. 15-foot radius, so a 30 diameter circle.
okay, 30 diameter circle, and where are you placing it?
Place it right in front of, I think, Israel and Griaz to cover just that area.
Okay, noted. And Griaz, what did you draw from your deck of illusions?
I used a random card drawer. It gave me a King of Hearts, which
So
is
that is
it's a knight and 4 guards.
okay. Actually, a very good illusion for this situation. Okay, and it can be anywhere within 30 feet of you. Where do you wish to place the illusion?
Let's see. I'm not seeing where. Oh, they're right in here. Okay, so let's say. I guess I'm probably tossing it like right in this area here.
Okay.
To try to kind of make them look like they're being flanked.
Yeah. Okay.
Split their attention at least.
Totally fair. Okay. Here, I'll just draw a little red for hearts. Red thing. So a knight and 4 guards.
That darkness
Yeah, 4
is
guards.
bigger.
So yeah, I'll say like a space this big.
15-foot radius?
Radius. Diameter is 30 feet. So it should be 30 feet across.
All right.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. So, a lot happens in very rapid succession. Israel, your mask's eyes gleam a bright orange as a cloud of darkness overcomes a good chunk of the graveyard. And the people all kind of stop as those who are looking in your direction kind of look up and kind of get the attention of those who are looking away. And Utaka, you kind of are snaking your way over and around skeletons to get towards the. Are you going for big horse? Big horse or skeleton horse?
I have never liked that skeleton horse.
Okay, so
Since
big
the
horse.
day I met it.
Okay, big horse then. So big
Yeah.
horse, and Griaz, just as the dark cloud starts to consume your vision, you flick out one of your cards, and Harrison Ivron, as you're charging in, you see from beneath what looks to be the rib cage of a dead dragon, a knight, which you actually recognize as being the knight you rescued from the castle at Ground, Thomas, leading several town guard, and you're under arrest! And they all like kind of go for their belts and seem kind of thrown off and confused. With all the distractions and business going on, you can see they see Harrison Ivron coming out of the corner of their eye, but their attention is split in so many directions that they're kind of figuring out which they need to prioritize. So I'll say Harrison Ivron, you get one surprise. One of your attacks will be at advantage, and you get a surprise round.
Okay.
And Utaka, whenever their attacks are done, you can try and steal the horse.
The deck
No,
of
I'm not
Illusion
trying
Knight-
to steal the horse.
But you said you were trying to get on it, right?
I was trying to leap onto it while they're charging so that I arrive at the same time.
So
Leap
our,
onto
our,
Greg
our
Harris.
horse.
Our horse as we're
Yeah.
passing.
Oh.
I'm not
All
trying
right.
to steal the horse.
Okay.
I'm catching a ride.
Okay, I see. All right, in that case, yeah, go ahead and make your athletics check now. Or acrobatics, whichever you prefer.
The Deck
I
of Illusion
vastly
Knight does
prefer-
does shout out every now and then, just like a catchphrase, like "Huzzah!" It's just like it's their little just like tagline sort of thing.
It's almost harvesting season!
Right? Yeah.
I will drink from your skull!
What was that? Must have been the wind.
My lord!
Have you been to the Sky District lately?
Oh, what am I saying? Of course you don't.
I used
me
to be
guess.
an adventurer like you.
That was a 29 to
Yeah.
join
that-
you on your.
I'll say, Harris, any preference on whose horse you jump on?
No, the skeleton.
Yeah, well, no. So now that I'm clear that you're trying to get on Harris and Ivron's horse, demon horse or
I think
Pegasus?
that's who target.
Pegasus.
Okay. Fucking, in that case, Harris, as you're flying ahead on your nightmare, Ivron, you feel Valkyrie kind of jolt very briefly, and you see Utaka is now astride alongside you.
Hey,
What are you doing?
no,
Get
don't
off.
stop! Keep going!
And the two of you, I'll say Utaka as well. You all get a surprise round, but only your first attacks will be made at advantage. So bear that in mind.
Well, attack with the lance. Is that what you want? Do you want that now?
Yeah, go for it. So you're going for big horse guy. Let's do it.
Does a 30 hit?
If you can imagine, yeah.
Okay, wonderful.
if that's reasonable.
Yeah. I want to check.
No, that's actually fair at this
it's
stage.
actually a 31. My bad.
Oh, in that case, doesn't hit. I'm afraid.
Yeah, 18 plus 13. All right. So the first hit is 11 plus 7 is 18 piercing damage,
Okay, 18 piercing.
and the second attack in my action,
So yeah, this one does not have advantage.
I'm gonna throw a smite on the first one. These guys look undead, right? Or at least from what Griaz told us, they.
Griaz told you some of them were undead.
Okay. Is the one on the horse undead? Or do they look
Make
undead?
a nature check.
Nature check. Oh, good. Oh, God, okay. How's an 11 do?
Need to actually get the. There we go. So you're going for big horse. You see that astride the horse, or rather next to the horse, I should say. You see that they might be undead. Their horse certainly looks like it, but you can't tell if they are for sure undead or not. So you're not positive.
Okay.
They could be, but you're not sure.
Well, then I'm throwing a Divine Smite on them.
Divine Smite away.
Oh, wait. I also have to add some radiant damage onto my hit. 'Cause
Okay.
I forgot high level
Yeah, no worries.
paladin. So on top of that 18 that I dealt, they will take 2 radiant damage.
Okay.
From the normal hit. And
Okay.
then on the Divine Smite, they're going to take 5d8 unless they are undead or fiends, in which they will take an additional d8.
They are neither, so
Okay.
regular.
So we're just going to roll in here because I don't write down all these.
Fair.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, d8. They take 28 radiant damage.
Noted. 28 radiant.
And then on the second attack, that is a 16 plus 13, that's a 29 to hit.
That hits. Roll for damage.
1d12, so that's 2, 9 piercing, and another 2 radiant.
Okay.
And you know what? You know what, Matt? I'll throw another smite on it. Why not?
How
You know, I've got
nice.
these 5th level slots now. This one's gonna be a searing smite.
Okay.
So they are going to take 16 fire damage, and they need to. They are ignited in flames at the start of each of its turns. For the next minute, or until I lose concentration, they are on fire. They have to make a Constitution saving throw to end it, or they take 1d6 fire damage every turn.
Okay. Okay. Do I make a saving throw now, or just at the on their turn?
At their turn, at the start of each
Okay.
turn.
All right. I have it written down. Just make sure I don't forget to do that.
Wonderful.
That it for you?
No.
All right.
No,
Continue.
it is not. Actually, nope. You're right. Nope. That's it. That's
Okay.
all I got.
Avron, you're up. Charging in on Valkyrie as Gaheris prepares to take on Big Horse. You said you wanted to go for whoever was next to Big Horse?
Yeah, so whichever is to the side of Big Horse.
Okay.
And Ivron comes flying in. First attack is 30.
That's a hit.
20 piercing damage with an additional 38 radiant. And if
Okay.
they're undead, that's a +5.
All right. This guy is actually undead, so an extra 5. And how much was the rest? Sorry.
So you have 40. Is it 38 plus 5?
Mhm.
Math right now is not my strong suit.
43.
43.
Okay.
Yeah. 43 radiant damage and 20 piercing damage with the lance.
Okay.
Is he still alive?
Yes.
Okay. Second attack, 22 to hit.
That's a hit. Roll for damage.
14 piercing and another 24 radiant damage. And that's with
Okay.
the bonus to undead.
Okay.
So all in all, he took like 107
Yep.
damage.
Yep. Okay.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. Okay.
Finally, if Ron gets to fight undead and they're not friendly, and he can do his Protector Asimar thing.
Okay. Utaka, anything from you before the surprise round concludes?
Yeah, I would like to. I guess if we're flying, I would like to, just side, slip off and just tumble on the ground into the middle of all these individuals. How many are there?
There are 5 humanoids and 2 horses.
Okay, I would like to channel divinity, turn undead.
Okay. That's a saving throw on my
So-
end.
That is a saving throw on your end for every undead in that circle,
Okie dokie.
and the DC is 21 Wisdom.
Okay. 21 wisdom. I'll do it for you first. Oh boy. Fail and oh wait, how much do you get? Even worse, fail. Both undead present on the battlefield fail. What happens?
Are they CR4 or lower?
One of them is.
It explodes. It is dead.
And what happens to the other?
It runs for a minute. It just runs away from me.
Okay.
It's afraid.
Okay. Right end. Okay.
And then bonus action, he's gonna like turn on, I guess, some of the humans that are still there, and
Mhm.
just like this wide grin spreads on his face. He starts laughing, and he is going to bonus action a spiritual weapon at okay, 1d8 for every 2 slots. So let's do. Why the fuck not? Let's do a 9th level spiritual weapon.
Okay.
Okay, so that is how much? How many d8s? A number of d8s. Let's just scroll down. I'm sure it's there. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Does a 21 hit?
Who are you going after?
One of them that looks less armored, not the knight. Like
Okay. So Garrett's going after Big Horse.
one of the underlings.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll say you'll go after this guy. Okay. Proceed.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. That. Did you already rolled the hit, right? What would you roll?
That was I already forgot. 21 to hit.
Yeah. No, that hits.
Okay, and then that will be 18 force damage as
Oh.
like a cloud of insects rises from the bog floor.
Okay. All right. Israel, as your eyes peer through the darkness as if it's not even there, you watch as Geharis astride Naden lance at the ready, and Ivran astride Valkyrie lance at the ready, Utaka Legolasing their way onto the horse and readying their spells. They charge into battle, and before the mysterious figures can rally themselves, Geharis impales one of them with the lance, as Ivran flanks to the right and impales another, and Utaka rolls off and casts a bunch of spells. And you watch as one of the figures just collapses into dust, leaving only their robe behind. And the one that Ivran had stabbed looks quite frightened and looks like they're ready to bolt. However, Geharis, the one you struck, grabs your lance, slowly shoves themselves down it to get closer to you, and you realize that beneath the hood, this figure's familiar. They're more muscular, so that's why you didn't recognize it at first, but seeing their face and facial hair this close up, another Melvin. Just if Melvin beefed up, basically. And
Melvin, my one fear.
And still gripping your lance, they look to you and... The gods have blessed us, mortal. We shall not be struck down so easily. Gale Howlers! To war! And his muscular horse rears up and whinnies and slams down their hooves so hard that the skull of the dragon cracks. And they shove your lance out of them and get astride the beast. And another one of the hooded figures climbs atop the skeletal horse as one of the remaining figures looks ready to run, but Utaka, the one that your vermin are currently leaping on and biting at, is like trying to brush them off and get ready to cast their own spells. And you realize beneath the hood, every single one looks very similar. Melvin's family.
A bunch of baby boys.
Melvin's brothers and sisters that he was so terrified of are making their final stand. The founders of the Children of Red Sight. Everyone please roll initiative. And if you're curious, Utaka, you struck down with a single hit. Here, let me find what their name was. I have it written down here. It's all a bunch of different documents. You killed Melvin's brother, Encanto Galehowler.
Rip to him. For the second time, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, everyone roll initiative. And I will do the usual calls in just a second. Don't need that sheet up anymore. All right. 25 to 20?
I
24.
All right. Gaharis, Griaz, Israel?
24. Yeah.
20.
Okay, so Gaharis, Griaz, Israel. Let me get all that noted. Gaharis, Griaz, Israel. 25 to 15? Or 20 to 15, sorry.
Yeah, that's 16 here.
16?
19 for Ibron.
Okay, Ivron and Utaka. And let me get all the enemies sorted. First you. Alright, so they'll be going then. You. A little bit better. We'll be going. Then. You will be going dead last. And you will be going second to dead last. Okay. Fantastic initiative rolls on my part. Okay. You guys got the drop on them, but the Gale Howlers or the Missile Quills will not be going down without a fight. Gaharis, you're up first.
All right. So this creature he's astride, does it look like a beast?
Given your nature check earlier, I'll say it didn't seem specially affected by your attacks. In fact, it actually seemed to resist them pretty well. So you're at least confident it's not undead, but you're not sure what category it is beyond that.
Okay. Do I keep making attacks? I am going. Well, I'll do Naden first. Naden's going to kick out with their hooves.
All right, do a kicky.
Because Naden carries the team. Does a 16 hit?
It does not.
Alright, Naden, I've lost confidence. But, that's okay. I am going to take two more swipes with the lance. First.
Okay, go for it.
Whoop. No, I have a dice tray. Why don't I use it? 21 to hit.
That is a hit.
Awesome. And the second one is a nat 1 for a 14 to hit.
14 to hit, not a hit. And you said that was a nat 1?
Yeah, it was a nat 1.
Oh.
But
Okay.
damage
Go
for
ahead and roll
first
for
one.
damage with the one that did hit.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is 12 plus 7. That's 20 piercing.
Okay.
And 5 radiant damage on the rider.
Okay.
And
Okay.
you know what? I'm going to throw a smite.
All right, smite.
I'll throw a third level smite.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, 2d8 plus 48. That is 7, 10, 16, 24 radiant damage.
Okay. That it?
Nope.
All right, continue.
And then as a bonus action, I am going to summon a spiritual weapon.
Okay.
And that is
Oh.
going to...
Wait, can you smite and spiritual weapon in the same turn?
Smite does not require an action.
Oh, but I thought it was a spell, so like I wasn't sure if
It
that
is
counted.
a ability.
Oh, okay, I see,
Does-
I see.
Yeah, it doesn't take any... It's a special ability for paladins. It has no casting time.
Oh, okay, I wasn't sure if it was a spell or not. In that case, proceed. I just want to make sure.
If I'd used the burning ones, I would have.
Yeah, like branding smite.
Yeah, branding and
others
Searing
I think
smite
also-
are-
Oh, okay, I see. That's why I was confused.
Yeah,
Okay.
But
Yeah, you're good
regular
then.
smite is
Proceed.
not. So this sword forms in the air and is going to take the shape of this like ethereal ethereal red blade, and it's going to attempt to hit the rider.
Okay.
Does a 29 hit.
Yes, roll for damage.
That's 11 force damage.
Okay.
And then on Naden, I am going to move 15 feet back.
Okay, but before you do that,
Yeah.
before you do that, a couple things. First, you did roll a nat 1. Make me a strength save.
Sure. I would love to. Strength saving throw. And that's an 18 plus 13. That's 20, 31 plus Ivron's aura, which is a plus 5 for a 36. I think.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So you succeed the save. As you're going in to stab, you manage to get another good hit to the breast. But as you start pulling the lance back out, they again grab onto it, but this time grab it with both hands, and you can see they start with their bare hands trying to bend and break your lance, but you manage to pull it out of their hands before they can do so. But as you do so, one of their arms becomes a fleshy, bloody blade, and they, as before you can get fully away from them, lunge out at you with it. As you try to get away, they are not only going to get an attack of opportunity, they're also going to use their one of their legendary actions to get an additional attack. So they're going to attack you twice before you can get out of range.
All right.
First one does a 30 hit.
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
And does a 16 hit.
16 will not hit.
Okay, so one hit. Let me get my dice.
How many hours has it been since we got this?
How many hours has it been?
Yeah, because I cast 8 on people. Which
I'd say
duration.
It's been about 4 hours. It's still up.
Okay.
Not the D10. I need the other one. I always get these mixed up. There you are. Okay. From the hit that makes contact with you, Gaharis, you take 25 slashing damage.
All right.
So you move 15 feet back, as his attack does not stop you from doing so. Oh. Yeah, I fixed it. Okay. That the end of your turn, Gaharis?
Yep, that's all she wrote.
All right. Griaz, you're up. Israel on deck.
Okay. Griaz is going to look over to Israel and go, hey, do you want to get closer or you going to hang back?
Oh no, I'm fine from back here.
All right, then. And he is going to grab onto his Cloak of the Mountebank and teleport. Let's pull the map here. He is going to teleport all the way up here, which I believe was 60 feet.
Okay.
And then he is going to extend his hand out. And what are the humanoids wearing?
All of them are wearing kind of dark blood red cloaks that mostly hide their faces outside of all but one of them having a full face of bushy facial hair.
Is there armor on any of them?
No, all of them are otherwise unarmored.
Okay. Then he is going to kind of point to him and go, "Going from around here, is you?" And he is going to cast Guardian of Nature on himself. So kind of in a moment, he becomes slightly larger, sort of tree-like, very reminiscent of when he was actually speaking to the nature spirits. And he kind of almost becomes this half bugbear, half living tree, part of the swamp itself, as he actually is pulling the energy from it. And then he cocks his shotgun.
All right. Is that the end of your turn?
That's about all he can do. Yeah.
Okay. Israel, you're up. Ivron, you're on deck, but one of the enemies will go first. So, Israel, go ahead.
Cool deal. Cool deal. So how many enemies we got up?
What's that?
How many are alive?
I just didn't hear what you said.
How many are alive?
Oh, there are 4 still alive.
Can you? 4 still alive, and they are the 4 over there. Cool.
Yes.
Who looks the most damaged?
Okay, let me ask, relative to how much you think they can take, or just like how much, like who has taken the most damage in terms of like raw?
Just who looks worse off? Who looks the worst?
Utaka's opponent by far looks the most harried.
Okay. Then next, who's next bad?
The horseman that Gaharis is currently, or rather was, in a tense melee with.
Excellent, excellent. So, as Griaz turns into, I guess, tree bugbear nonsense.
I am Griaz.
Triaz.
Triaz.
I am
Exactly. As
Griaz.
he turns into Triaz. Sorry, excuse me there. Got a frog in my throat for just a moment. As Triaz advances, Israel's going to undergo her own transformation as she activates Moscow's mysterious guise. And as the mask fits over her face, it almost makes an eldritch, grinning, Spriggan face as ghostly wings actually sprout from her back, and she simply drifts into the darkness she made. That is a bonus action. That otherworldly guise will make her immune to necrotic and poison damage for the next minute. Immune to charm. She will have +2 AC, and all of her weapons and magic gain her spell modifier for attack and damage, and she can attack twice.
Okay.
So that's what we're doing.
All right.
Her normal attacks are, I think, still 2 bolts of eldritch energy at a time, and then she gets multiples of them. Let's see. I got 600 feet on my eldritch blast. How many do I get in an action? Does it tell me?
I believe spells.
4. I get 4. So
Okay.
I get 8.
Okay.
This round, I am going to be blasting these guys 8 times.
And so Israel started blasting.
Yeah. And from the darkness, there is just literally laser beams that's going to be blasting out at these creatures.
Okay.
A lot of them.
You're turning it into like the most destructive rave.
Literally. You hear Cascada thumping. Just caramel dancing, blasting from the darkness.
Oh, what a thing to hear before you die. All right. Which bolts are you sending where?
All right. So, yeah, the first couple, I'm gonna roll for quite a few.
Yeah.
We're gonna try and do the 4 at a time. First, we're gonna target the worst off, so Utaka's guy, until he dies. In which case, then we will change partners. So let's see here. All right. So that gets. What is my spell modifier these days? Spell attack is 11.
These days.
All right. So it already gets that, but we're gonna go harder because we're using that short bow. So I believe we're gonna be doing first hit is 21.
That'll hit. Oh, also real quick, how far ahead in the darkness do you move? Because it's going to be important in a minute. Like just basically where are you moving, just so I can keep track of everyone.
Probably. Let's see here. She's gonna be like, yeah, here.
Okay, perfect. All right. So yeah, you hit with your first Eldritch Blast.
And then the next one is going to be a 28.
Also a hit.
A 17.
Also a hit.
And then a 15.
Also a hit.
Cool. So everything hits. Now we get to roll the damage.
Yeah.
How many d10s is that? A lot of them. I have 1, 2, 3. And
This poor bastard.
Cool. Cool. Right. That is 9 plus 8 plus, so 17.
Mm-hmm.
17 plus 5, 24, and then 15. It's 39 force damage, I believe.
All right, so Israel, as you step forward and you're using your bow just for the flavor of it, right?
Yeah, of course. She knocks the bow with imaginary arrows, and it is her packed weapon, so it is also fun and glowy and eldritch to complete her beautiful guise.
And Utaka, as your opponent is getting like surrounded by locusts and ants that are like slowly eating them, they're like going for their belt for like spell components, dagger, anything. And as Israel, which is the wide grinning, and Utaka, you notice the glowing eyes and grinning smile actually cut through the darkness. Arrows whiz out and just impact him, just like it's like bullseye in the heart. Bullseye splits the first arrow, bullseye splits the second, bullseye splits the fourth, and they just and like you see a little bit of blood trail down their chin before they fall over. You instantly kill them, and Necron Gale Howler is dead.
Bye, Felicia. So now that he's dead, we're gonna move on to the second guy.
yeah, moving on.
And moving on, because I have 2 attacks.
But something does happen before your next attack.
Cool. We love it.
So, one of Melvin's other siblings, at least seeing that the arrows came from the darkness, not be able to tell much more than that, granted, Altair Gale Howler, Melvin's oldest brother, is going to use his Decrepit Pod ability. Spear, let me go ahead and get a shape drawn up here. So about right there. And 5, 10, 15, 20, okay.
Quick question.
Quick answer.
Can this be counterspelled?
No, it is an ability.
All right, just checking.
Sorry.
Just checking.
5, 10, 15, 20. 5, 10, 15, 20. As he, Ivron, you see the one atop the skeletal horse give a wicked fanged grin as they pull a almost like ball of bones from their robes and throw it like a grenade over Utaka's head. And Utaka, you kind of watch it spins over you before impacting the salt, and this cloud of spores. Israel, you're just out of its range, but this cloud of spores encompasses your vision, and Utaka, Griaz, Ivron, and Gaharis, you're all caught in it. As this pollen just hangs in the air, and Griaz, you notice it has that same unnatural stillness that the trees have right now. Whenever you guys start your turn inside or first enter it, you will have to make me a con save. And all food in your inventory spoils instantly.
Is this technically a plant?
Not if that's what you're asking. But like, are you asking is the ability coming from a plant?
I guess, yeah. I mean,
yes, he threw what appeared to be a plant pod that cast spores when it hit.
Okay. The reason I ask, I have the druid ability. Let me pull it up. Basically, if plants or beasts try to attack me, they have to roll a save.
I'm gonna say since the pod isn't sentient, it's not like choosing to attack you. I'm gonna say that probably doesn't count here.
That's fine.
Yeah, so all non-magical food spoils, and whenever you guys start your turn, you'll have to make a save.
Is this necrotic or poison or both?
Neither.
Neither. Interesting.
Is it acid?
Well, I didn't say it was doing damage. I just
Oh.
said that, like, I
Right,
just
right.
said you guys will have to make a roll whenever you first enter the thing. So Israel, you're out of it, so you don't have to worry about it. So Israel, proceed with the rest of your turn. But they used a legendary action to do that.
Cool deal. That's fine. So I'm definitely hitting with some of these other ones. And I've got one definite miss. So one miss, because it, I believe, is a 12 misses.
Yeah.
Hazard that's a miss. The others are 25, 25, and 18.
And which one are you going for? Big
And
horse?
that's both damage ones. So get
Yeah,
there.
big horse. So yeah, all but the 12 hit.
Yeah. So we're gonna do all of those. And that is 9 plus 8, so another 17. Wait, 17 plus 6 is 23. Yes, 23 force damage.
Okay. And as a legendary action, this fine fellow, nope, I realized I accidentally deleted the wrong one from Utaka's just, or not from your just disintegration. Okay, yeah, okay, that's all correct then. As Israel, your arcane arrows just impact the muscular wizard atop the meaty horse. It's going to take a legendary action and swing its bloody blade at Utaka.
Hurt me.
Does
My AC is
a
17. Yeah. it hits.
yeah, 19 hits. All right, Utaka, you take 19 slashing damage.
Oh no.
Is that the end of your turn, Israel?
I think so. I took both my attacks. I took my bonus action to cloak myself in my guise, and I'm holding concentration on that.
Yeah.
For the next, I guess.
Okay.
10 rounds. So this is 1 round, and I will
Okay.
have 10 more rounds.
Okay.
Unless my concentration is disrupted. So.
Okay. Next up, Melvin's oldest brother, Altair Galehowler, blessed by Andrasta, and current Horseman of Conquest, is going to take his turn. Oh, what is he? Believe that would just be enough to hit everyone. Yep. I need everyone to please make me a wisdom save.
Okay, so question then. What are our paladin aura bonuses right now?
For
Paladins?
Ivron, the aura, yeah, and the distance is increased for Ivron to 30 feet rather than just 10.
Okay, so I'm in both of you then.
Yes.
You get plus 10.
Cool.
Yeah, everyone has, except for, I think, both the paladins. The paladins are slightly too far away. Ivron's too far away from
Gaher's
Garrus, but
pistol.
everyone except Ivron has plus 10 to that save.
Okay, so you said it was strength?
And me.
Wisdom. Oh, wisdom, okay. Sure.
35 for me, dog.
35. Yeah, you're fine. Everyone?
Hold on, math.
Is this for the cloud or something different?
Something different.
29.
You're 29, you're good.
28.
28, you're good.
Wisdom is 8. And that is a 19.
All right, you just barely avoid frightful presence.
Plus.
And he is going to. What does he want to do now? Yeah. I think he's going to, seeing that that one of his siblings is under attack, is going to move over here atop their skeletal mount. Ivron, they come astride to you, and they reach out with a bladed gauntlet and just go to grab you by the neck, arm, shoulder, whatever they can reach. So they're going to attack you twice with Withering Touch. Does a 27 hit?
Who's this
Yes,
And,
yes, it does.
And does a 25 hit?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I see them within the area of effect of the spore?
They're not within the effect of the spore, they're just outside of it.
Okay, but I'm in the spore area, so can I
Yes.
see out? Okay.
Yeah, it's not obscuring your vision, it's just like, it's just hanging in the air, basically.
I would like to use a reaction then to cast Silvery Barbs.
Silvery Barbs, okay.
On the first roll. So they will need to roll a second d20, and they must take the lower roll.
So you're giving them disadvantage on one of their attacks?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I can choose a different creature within sight range of 60 feet of me, and they get advantage on the next roll abilities check or saving throw within a minute.
Who are you gonna pick?
I will pick Utaka.
Okay. So Taka, you have advantage on your next attack. Ivron, as they reach out for you.
Did we determine if they were undead or fiend?
They're not undead.
Yeah. Gaharis, they do still hit, but you spared Ivron a nat 20.
Thanks, Chief.
So with Withering Touch, Ivron, you get hit with it twice. You take. This is going to be a bit of rolling here.
I guess I should ask, are they a fiend?
No.
Elemental, celestial, aberration?
Okay.
Okay.
They are technically a celestial.
Then Ibron is always under the protection of from evil and good, so
Okay.
there's disadvantage on their attack rolls.
Okay, I'll roll for disadvantage again then.
Sorry.
Double disadvantage.
Yeah, double disadvantage. Does a 21 hit?
Yes.
Okay, so you'll still take both.
Okay.
Okay, so that was 10. Okay. Avron, you take 61 necrotic damage as they just grab you by the neck, and you feel your body start to take on the same chalky whiteness of the environment around you as he's literally draining the vitality out of you. And because you took more than a certain amount of necrotic, make me a Constitution save.
All right. Now is that necrotic that's halved?
Yeah, will you take half from necrotic?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, in that case, you will take half that. So, so that would be, I'll say 33. Is that? No. That'd be.
It's 61. Is that the damage that you gave me?
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
So yeah.
31.
Okay. Yeah. We'll say 31. So you take 31 necrotic, but that's still enough. So make me a con save.
Sure. All right. Yeah, 22.
All right, you succeed the save. You do not gain a level of exhaustion. However, Gaharis, you can see your brother's throat, chin, and shoulders are turning, armor and all, chalky, starch white. As the Horseman of Conquest begins to add Ivron to their conquests. That is the end of Altair Galehowler's turn. That means Ivron, you're up. Utaka on deck.
Do we? I keep forgetting because it's been so long since combat. Is dropping a weapon a free action and picking a weapon up a bonus action?
No, I'd say dropping it's a free action, but picking it back up, I'll say, would be an interaction.
Okay. Well, Ivron's going to drop the lance because he's surrounded, so there's no point in using it. And having the barrow blade somewhat already drawn in his other hand, he's just going to lift it up and cry out, by Andraste's grace, you will fall. And the wings on his plated helmet, the silvered wings, begin to glow. He's going to use Crusader's Mantle. So everyone within 30 feet of Ivron now gets an additional 1d4 radiant damage. Then Valkyrie is going to use hooves on the poor sod that was beneath them with the lance. Are you counting the hooves as a, because it does list as a like melee weapon attack?
Yes.
Okay, so they will get the radiant damage as well.
Yep. Oh, before I forget, you did start your turn in the spore clouds.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So go ahead and just real quick before you start making rolls, nothing that happened so far would have mattered anyway. Go ahead and make me a Constitution saving throw. On the skeletal horse, yes. You, the one that's attacking you, Bloodblade guy, is Invoca Galehowler, who is blessed by Andrasta.
So that's 25.
Yeah, you're good. So you do not have any roll for Valkyrie as well.
Valkyrie, 21. Does that hit the guy underneath her? Whichever guy he attacked.
Yeah. I got it.
All right, so yeah, so 21, and then that's 10 bludgeoning and 4 radiant.
Okay, 10 bludgeoning, 4 radiant. And did you roll for Valkyrie against the spores?
Oh yeah. Never do that. Pegasus. 17.
Okay. They fail. Valkyrie has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the start of the next turn order, like until the round ends.
Then with that, does a... Okay, so the 21 hit?
Yes.
All right, she rolled a 22.
All right, so yeah, you still hit.
Right.
So it was how much damage again? Apologies.
10 bludgeoning,
Okay.
4 radiant.
Okay, 10 bludgeoning, 4 radiant. Thank you so much.
And that's it for...
All right. Ivron, as you draw, or well, less draw because you never sheath it, but as you bring the barrow blade to bear and Valkyrie begins to kick at the screaming and frightened cultist beneath them, and the skeletal rider just stares you down, your silvery wings begin to glow and almost spread like its own set of functioning wings, and as you bring the barrow blade to bear, you hear a voice begin to speak in your mind. Heretics, monsters, demons, leave none alive.
Hey, Mom.
By your will, mother. No, he's not going to say mother, but he'll, in his mind, say, by your will.
I imagine she speaks like Meridia. Where she just like trashes the people who have despoiled her temple.
A new hand touches my baby boy.
Let it be known, no hand shall touch my baby boy. End of your turn. I'll say they'll save their legendary action. So you're done. Utaka, you're up. Gaharis, you're on deck, but the rest of the monsters are going to go after Utaka.
So the silvery barbs would trigger on my saving throw because it's the first roll.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Okay.
yeah, make your save against the.
So that is a
pollen.
24.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, cool. Dude in front of Ivron can take an attack of opportunity against me. I am going to move up here and move around so that I'm not in the spores anymore.
Okay. Actually, is that where you're moving?
Yeah.
They wouldn't get an attack of opportunity against you.
Well, he
because,
would when I move here because I can't move through their spot, so I have to move around.
Oh, I see. Okay, but that's the one who you frightened. Can they attack you while they're frightened from a?
No, they have to run.
Yeah. So yeah. No, you're fine.
Okay. Okay, so the one in front of Ivron is the frightened one?
Yeah, red guy is the frightened one. This is Skeletal Rider. This is Meat Horse Rider.
Well, fuck my own fear, I guess. I will attack the guy in front of me.
Okay. Go for Meat Rider.
I'm going to use a point of lucky just because I feel like it. So
Valid.
Advantage.
Okay.
Which is gonna make it a 20, like an
That-
20.
That is a hit if you can believe it. Roll for damage.
Oh shit, it is? Okay, cool. Good to know that my 33 hit. Then I will be hitting both of them actually, because I'm gonna use a 5th level inflict wounds.
Okay.
Which, as a ridiculous level death cleric, I can choose to hit another thing within 5 feet. So, that will be... Let me roll damage. Where is it? There it is. Okay, 39 doubled is 78. So they both take 78 necrotic.
Okay. And yep, they can't. None of their abilities let them defend themselves against that. It wasn't a saving throw, so they can't do that. Yep. It's just your usual grab and just disintegrate situation.
I think it's got evolved a little bit more past that.
Yeah, so I'll freely you kill the guy. So how do you wanna...
no, like they start like rotting away into like chunks of them are falling as they like collapse to the ground, and from that, like the necrotic energy like rises from them as they fall and like jolts and like impacts the one next to them in like a spear.
Okay. And so ends the tale of Invoca Galehowler.
So the one next to him is no longer feared.
Okay. Noted. Doot.
Oh wait, bonus action. Spiritual weapon rolls to hit, does a 26 hit.
Which guy you hitting?
I guess the one in front of Ivron that I already damaged.
Yeah, that hits.
Cool. So that will be... ninth level. Where the fuck is it? There it is. 31 force damage.
Okay. You won force.
I step over his sister.
And
or what remains of her.
Yeah, and as you do so, as both woman and meat horse simply slough into flesh and rot, and as you step over the gunk, their, of course, fear has like worn off, but they look and see the remains of their brothers and sisters around them, and just like kind of looking to you. you can see they stare at you for a minute, and you can see their eyes gleam red as they bear a set of nasty-looking fangs. And you will pay for this.
You can fucking try.
And is that the end of your turn, Utaka?
Yeah.
You can believe it. Okay. Oh, did not mean to pull that up. So end of Utaka's turn. Meat Horse is dead. However, this remaining fine fellow, Konji Gale Howler, is gonna try and get some Utaka vengeance. Try being the operative word. They are going to. Oh, what are they going to do? That's a good question. So first, they're going to lunge out to try and bite you. Utaka, be honest with me. Does a 13 hit?
No.
Just.
Boo.
Boo! And they're going to lunge out at you and just try and grab you by the throat. Does a 17 hit?
That is my AC.
Okay. You're now grappled.
Okay.
They went to bite you and you went like this, and they had to jerk back a second before they then went to strangle you.
Yeah, and
Clearly.
Since that's actually the top of the round, Gaharis, we're about to circle back to you, but before that turn happens, a couple just minor environmental things. First of all, Griaz, your illusion kind of waving their swords in the general direction of the cultists. Just let me guess, somebody stole your sweet roll. And Utaka, the vampire that has you by the throat, just turns to look at the rest of you, kind of slowly edging back with their hands on you. Just, all of you lay down your weapons, or I kill the boy!
That is very funny.
And Utaka, you notice as the quite literal meat horse now, and its rider, just what's left of them piled up on the skull, starts to. Initially, it seems like it's moving or disappearing, but then you notice ants and locusts and things are starting to emerge from the salt of the skull and eat the remains. And Griaz, you notice around you, green and color gradually beginning to return.
Are they like? Are all these vermin charmed by me just by being around me?
Yes,
Right.
and
Okay.
I will say, given your proximity, it's the soul tide. The parts of the swamp that lost their magic are here to reclaim it.
Hey, what's up, fam? We got a few people for you to eat. You're super magic.
Gaharis, you're up. Griaz on deck.
I'm up.
No, Gaharis is up. Griaz on deck.
Alright,
There we go.
so this guy's clearly a vampire, and I've met a vampire before who, much like this, tried to grab me. I am going, well, I have to make my con save first, right? Or is it wisdom?
Con save for being in the spores.
Alright, that's a 29.
You're fine.
Awesome. Love that. And I'm going to ride Naden all the way to here. That's the one that's grappling, right? Right there?
Yeah, red one is grappling, purple is skeleton.
Wonderful. Naden is going to try and stomp on them.
Okay. Let me move you just a bit. There you go.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right.
Does a... Oh, of course I would click the wrong tab. Does whatever Naden just rolled.
Let me
No, that's
see.
an 11.
No, miss.
Alright, wonderful. Well, I'm going to drop the lance as I'm going and draw the Nightmare Blade.
Okay. Both of you have drawn your holy blades.
And we put 2 attacks into it. First attack is a 18 plus 15, 33,
That hits.
something to hit.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
that
I'm gonna
hits.
throw my last 5th level spell into it with a Divine Smite.
Okay.
So let's roll the damage first. So let's do piercing damage first,
Mm-hmm.
which is 13 slashing.
Yeah, because this is magical, they are not resistant.
Then they also take 1d4 necrotic damage.
Okay.
I've now read it.
Okay.
Which is 1 necrotic damage, and then
All right.
from the aura from Ivron, that's 4 radiant, plus my natural 1d8 radiant, which is another 5 radiant,
Okay.
plus my 7d8. It is undead, so 8d8 radiant damage from the
Okay.
smite.
Okay.
6, 7, 8 d8. 39 radiant damage.
That'll do it.
Okay, so
That'll do it and then some. They had 10 health left.
yeah. So as I ride up, I think Harris is just laughing and swipes down with the blade as I'm passing by, as it's holding Utaka, and almost like I'm dragging the blade through the air. I'm like holding it upside down. I just cut this thing at the wrists and keep going towards its family member because I have 1 more extra attack and additional movement.
All right. But I'll say, yeah, as you basically, yeah, from the wrist across, slice into the Nosferatu, Kanji Gale Howler takes a moment to look to you, look to Utaka, look to the rest of you, and just, this will not be forgotten. And it dissipates into blood red mist.
And
Okay, question. Is this physical movement? Are they... Oh, wait, no. If I can't see them, then it doesn't matter. Sorry.
All good. Does a 28 hit the last Gale Hour?
Yes. Yeah, and at this point, the Horsemen of Conquest and one of the older of the siblings, as you can imagine, yeah, Altair Gale Howler.
Alright, so that is a good old 14 slashing
14 slashing.
plus 8 radiant.
8
And
radiant.
then as a bonus action, I'm going to move my spiritual weapon and bonk.
Okay. 8 radiant. Okay, go ahead and bonk, or attempt to bonk.
I will attempt to bonk. For a 15 to bonk?
That is not a bonk, I'm afraid.
Oh, boy.
Is that the end? Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, that's it. That's all I got. That's it.
Altair Gale Howler, seeing that.
Still not presents to surrender.
Altair Gale Howler, seeing that the tide has turned against them, kind of reaches down from their horse, kind of going side saddle, and slams a hand into the salty ground of the skull. And I'm going to need Geharis, Utaka, Ivron, and Griaz to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Aha, Graham, now we get the plus 10.
18.
18.
Huzzah. Alright.
27.
Plus, that was Constitution?
Yeah.
24.
Okay. Ivron?
Yeah, I'm not quick today.
Grizz?
33.
Okay, 33. You're good.
Yeah, there you go.
27 for me.
Okay. Utaka just barely, but you all avoid taking the influence of scales of starvation. However, you succeed the save, but you still take half from this. Could have rolled better there, but you all take 6 poison damage. And again, all food in your inventories spoil.
Guy just doesn't like food, huh?
Double spoiled.
And
Double spoiled.
this time, all of you feel it. It's weak, but it's there. From your feet upwards, as if touching the ground is causing it, your feet and toes begin to harden into like salt rock as all color and magic is drained out of your bodies.
Sucks to be you, Nathan.
However, that was just their legendary action. And that's the end of your turn, Geharis. Griaz, you're up. Israel on deck.
So, is there only one horseman left? One horseman,
Yeah.
one horse? Okay.
Yeah, one horseman,
And
one horse.
It's just below Nathan there on the map?
Yep, right here.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and just use my movement to get the heck out of this little area here. I am starting my turn there, so if you want to make a roll.
Yeah,
certainly
please,
can.
if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So yeah, a Constitution save, please.
I do get advantage on that because of Guardian of Nature, so that's
Yep.
14 plus 5, 19, and then I think I'm within range of both, so...
So yeah, you're fine. You
yeah.
avoid any ill effect from decrepit pod. Okay.
Cool. So yeah, he just
Dodging
kind
through
of
spores.
breathes it into his tree form, just kind of huffs it back out. And this guy's been sapping life out of people. Let's see. I should also ask, is the vampiric mist, is that still hanging around?
It's starting to dissipate, but yeah, it's pretty much gone now. Why?
Didn't know if we would have to, like D&D vampires, especially since they had encountered a vampire before. Briaz did a little bit of research to I had to take those out, and sometimes the mist hangs about. You got to hit that with some sunlight. But yeah, this asshole's been kind of a jerk. So Griaz is going to cast Wither and Bloom at let's see, level 8. So need a con save from both the horse and its rider.
They're a single entity statistically.
Oh, okay.
So,
Then then con save.
on save. Ugh,
DC
not good.
19.
DC 19. That is a. I'm gonna guess here and say that an 11 doesn't cut it. But they do have advantage because of magic resistance. Nope, even
You
worse.
have a silvery bar.
Well, okay. Well, yeah. So they fail no matter what. However, they are going to use legendary resistance to succeed anyway.
Okay. They're going to take what is that? That's 16 points of damage. And so Griaz is extending, and he's literally sapping life out of them. And then he's going to pass it along to Ivron, who took some hits. So he is absorbing life and transferring it over.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. So how much do they take? They succeed the save, so it'll be half, I imagine.
The 16. So it was 33 originally. They'd take.
Okay. Thank you.
Or actually, sorry, Ivron, you can, let's see, spend and roll an unspent hit dice and regain the number of hit points equal to the roll plus your spellcasting modifier. So,
Okay.
plus 5.
And what was the kind of damage?
That is necrotic.
Okay. Griaz, as you reach out, you feel the sensation, almost like you can feel like it's this almost nauseous feeling. You're not quite sure what to associate it with at first, but then it reminds you, kind of like being except sideways, the feeling you would get being on a wheel as it's spinning. And you can feel this kind of energy as you feel like you got a great hit before suddenly the horsemen and their skeletal mount kind of rear back. And while you are able to get some of the wither on them, they are immune to necrotic damage. And not only that, the wheel has ensured they succeeded their save.
Okay. Last thing he's going to do, he is going to use a charge of his Ghost Step tattoo and become ethereal, ghostly, and tree-like. There's a lot going on here. And then he is going to use the rest of his movement to actually walk through this creature and flank it on the other side here. Ghost Triaz. Sorry.
Okay. And so that's the end of your tier. So Ghost Triaz. Israel, you're up. The monster is on deck. Avron, you'll be going after.
Cool. So
Although the creature is going to take a legendary action here.
before I do anything, or
Yeah, it goes at the end of people's turns. So I forgot that that's when it goes off. So Griaz, from your ghostly visage, you can see the horsemen kind of look around as they get back astride their mount, looking at Geharis like coming at them with a nightmare blade, Utaka just grinning wickedly over their dead sister, Israel's wicked orange-eyed gleam in the darkness, and Ivron's holy visage, and my quarrel is not with you. And they vanish out of existence. Griaz, from your perspective, Altair Galehowler solidifies as they join you on the ethereal plane with the use of plane shift. And they turn to you, and as they rear back with their skeletal horse, as it slams its hooves down, and you can see like dry magic suction happening even on the ethereal plane, as they, with their hands on the reins, and you can so much recognize Melvin's prim and proper posture with the way they ride the horse. You want the life of this swampland? Come and claim it. And faces the horse toward you.
Cool.
okay, cool. So that's the end of Griaz's turn, right?
Yeah, and the legendary action spent. So from your perspective, they just out of existence into the ethereal plane.
Cool. Right. I have 2 actions. One of them's gonna be plane shift, baby.
Just taking this fight to the ethereal plane.
Like, oh, you want to run? Let's run.
You know what? That warrants a music shift. I was saving this. Israel,
Shift to the ethereal plane.
Griaz, as you stare down the now ethereal horseman of conquest, Melvin's oldest sibling and most powerful of the living Gale Howlers, and someone who largely instigated a lot of your good boys' issues in later life. You think you're alone on the ethereal plane, but you see Israel's visage appear a distance away as Israel uses Moscow's magic to shift into the ethereal plane as well. Geharis, Utaka, Avron, your allies and enemies are just warping off the map one by one.
Where the fuck they go?
I didn't even know that she could do that. But I'm confident in our ability to hunt douchebags. So this is pretty much a known problem.
Just be prepared if they reappear.
Also, the Ghost Step tattoo does have him appear in both planes, so he might just kind of look around and go, hey, y'all, he's in the ethereal plane if y'all got a way to get in here. Nah, Israel just showed up, so I don't know if y'all got it. It's good. We got it.
We got this.
I don't think that I have a... what's that?
Just keep
All right.
hitting the spot where he was. Just keep fucking up that air.
Is that how that works? He looks to Geharis like, yeah, let's fuck up the air right here.
All right,
Yeah.
Israel, it is still your turn. What do you wish to do?
So yeah, she's gonna basically it's a moment of teleports behind you, nothing personnel, kid.
Oh my, what
And it's just gonna fire off another 4. Directly.
I'm assuming you can do that all in one turn, yes?
Yes, she has 2 actions.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Can you do a spell multiple times in a turn? I thought you had to get like a feat for that. I'm just making sure that you can do that.
Plane shift's not a spell; it's a mystic arcanum. It's an ability.
Okay.
She's
In that case,
do it.
proceed.
That's just her mystical powers, baby.
Okay, just clarifying. Go ahead.
Mystical bullshit warlock powers. So we got a nat 20 for a
Okay.
31 to hit.
Okay, that'll do it.
24 to hit. We have a 21 to hit. And yeah, and then we have a 13 to hit.
All but the last hit. So 3 hits.
Incredible. Let's do it. And we have 14 plus 14 for 28 plus 8 is 36 force damage.
36 force. Griaz, as you are joined on the ethereal plane by Israel, Israel just knocks back a few arcane arrows, and you can see even the horse kind of stares at Israel, like seeming more aggravated than actually afraid. And you will be next, Sheaf.
Come at me, bro.
Is that the end of your turn, Israel?
That, I believe, will be... Yeah. Yep. We're good.
Okay. Okay. Since you guys have already immunized yourself to Frightful Presence, I believe because Israel, you rolled against Frightful Presence too. Yes, yeah, you guys are immune to Frightful Presence. However, I'll tell you, kind of looks to you, Griaz, looks to Israel, looks to you, looks to Israel, and then gives you a very un-Melvin, wicked, cruel smile, and is going to step away from you, happily taking an attack of opportunity if you wish to use it.
Oh, yeah, I would. I would very much like that.
Go for it.
God, I'm so tempted to use my adamant dagger for the attack of opportunity, but I won't. That feels like cheating. I will stab at him with Dagger of Venom. That is going to be like a 28.
You're good. You hit.
Yeah. Where's the D4? And that is 10 points of damage plus. Oh, I need 2d10 for the. Is it immune to poison?
Yes.
Okay, then I won't even worry about the poison damage. Then.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you lunge out at them with their dagger, manage to slice into one of the skeletal horse's legs, but it continues to step back. And Israel, it turns to you and simply raises a skeletal hand. This is going to be fun. It's going to finally use. I've been sitting on this. It's Sap Vitality ability. Let's see. You're within. Yeah, you're good. Does a dirty 20 hit?
Oh man, I got a 19 armor class, yes.
And the next one's a 19. Both hit. Israel, you take 2 levels of exhaustion. That's it. But Griaz, you watch as the Melvin's brother holds up a hand, Israel's legs begin to calcify. Even in the ethereal plane, their much of anti-magic isn't safe. And Israel, you feel just exhausted. You want nothing more than to simply lay down on the salt and sleep as your magic is slowly drained away from you. That is the end of Mr. Gale Howler's turn. That is going to be their main method of attack. They simply deny you exhaustion until you simply die from lack of magic. That is the end of their turn. Ivron, you're up. Utak on deck.
Well, Ivron is puzzled and will lower, I guess, Crusader's Mantle and use Holy Weapon as a bonus action. And he will prepare his actual action with melee range.
Okay. You do start your turn in the spores,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
go ahead
that's
and roll for that.
Question: I guess we're still in range of the priest to some extent.
Yes.
How fast are spells?
I'll mention whenever you guys are getting spell slots back. I have a specific sort of timer for it.
Okay.
Based on your distance to them.
Wondering.
So for Ivron, it's 28, and
All right,
for
you're good.
Naden, that is 18.
All right, yeah, both good. Okay, you ready your holy weapon? Utaka, you're up. Gaheris on deck.
Sorry about this, guys. I gotta go. And then I will also cast Ethereal Mist. And join them on the ethereal plane.
How come they always get the cool spells? Is that how that works?
No, it's not how that works, but they can't hear me. So I can hear them.
Israel Griaz Utaka appears actually right behind the skeletal horseman, and Altair Galeheller looks to you, Utaka, and does the concept of a sacred duel mean nothing to you?
A sneaky
Fuck
squad
you.
sticks
Absolutely
together,
not.
man.
I did that once today. Fuck you. And
All
I guess
sacred dueled out.
yeah.
Anything else, Utaka?
Bonus action. Can my spiritual weapon hit him?
No, that's a no.
Fine, I'll recast it. Oh wait, no, I can't, because that's another spell.
I like the idea of the spiritual weapon smacking the air, like in the material plane.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there anything I can do? We established he is not undead.
Yes.
And I'm already right next to him.
Yes, you're right behind them.
Nothing personnel, kid.
Nothing personnel,
Hit.
kid.
Do you think I could try to get on his horse behind him?
Make an athletics or an acrobatics check at disadvantage.
Pardon me, sir. Giddy up.
Okay. I am going to use a point of lucky to make that not a disadvantage, because I
Okay.
don't like that nat 1.
Okay, fair. Very fair.
Don't like it at all. So then that'll be a 32. No, 30. Sorry. Wait, no, 32. Yeah, it's plus 15.
Okay. Utaka, you, Israel and Griaz, you watch as Utaka kind of considers their options for a minute before leaping. And again, Griaz, Israel, Utaka, especially now on the ethereal plane, you feel it, this churning as if you're spinning around on a very fast wheel. As Utaka, you actually take control away from the wheel for a moment to hop onto Altair Galeheller's mount, and they turn around to see you behind them, and get off. You're muted.
Absolutely not. And I'm just gonna take one of my daggers and just kind of press it to one of the joints in his armor. But that's
Okay.
it. I can't hit him.
Yeah, just
It's just
for
a
flavor.
threat.
Yeah, threatening him. Okay. All right.
Actually, as I ready a dagger to stab you with. We're buddies.
A surge of energy from the priest whirs across the battlefield. Gaheris, Ivron, you both regain, if you used a racial trait, that. If you didn't, but you have a natural class ability, that. And if you didn't use either of those, then your lowest spell slot.
Yeah, this is on both planes, right?
Yeah, you're technically on both planes, right, Chris? So yes, you also, same principle for you. So yeah, basically racial trait, class feature, or spell slot in that order. But you only get one. So whichever's the lowest on that little rank. And with that, we're at the top of the round. Griaz, your illusion, waving their swords. Ah! Garrus, you're up. Griaz on deck.
Wonderful. So, is there any wood near us?
Any wood? The trees.
Wonderful. I'm gonna go ride Naden over there, cut off a branch, and start sharpening a stake.
Okay.
Maybe 2.
Make me a survival check.
All right.
Man, I should have passed you some for my pack. I think I still have a 10.
That's a 21.
All right, you snap a branch off of one of the frozen stiff trees and start sharpening it into a stake.
Yep.
At the end of your turn?
Yeah, I mean, you can skip my next turn, but as soon as I have them sharpened, I'm going to stab one into the whatever is left of the one I chopped off the hands.
Okay.
And around the heart area.
Okay, so you're going to hit everyone whose body is left in the heart.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm going to put one that is facing upwards for where this guy vanished.
Okay. Griaz, you're up. Israel on deck.
Cool. Griaz, having seen Utaka jump on the back of this horse, hey, bud, just heads up, watch out for the teeth. And then to add one more transformation to this combination, Griaz is going to cast Polymorph on himself. And thanks to his vacation, his field trip with Melvin and Utaka, he's going to turn into a large Tyrannosaurus Rex. So a Triaz Ghost Tyrannosaurus Rex. And I am going to use one of my crits. And he is going to, like a lawyer on a toilet, bite down at this this horseman.
Did we get T-Rex
Ed.
before?
I didn't do it last time. I'm not going to do it this time.
Okay, now
Rawr.
I'll say, okay, I'll tell you what. Since you're flanking, you would have gotten advantage. So because you used an auto crit, I'll say you can roll an extra damage dice just because that's hilarious. I
I was
appreciate.
also going to add my surprise attack as well. Because
Yeah, just add an extra damage dice to the list and go ahead and roll.
Okay.
Honestly, you've earned this.
So that is let's see. Let's roll one more d12. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. 102 plus 4 to 116 points of damage from the bite.
Griaz, how do you want to do this?
Just literally, like, if he can kind of knock Utaka aside and then just chomping down rider, horse, and all, giving it a good shake, because there's, even if he was still alive, he'd still be grappled. He'd still be in the jaws. So it's just like it's like a piston just crunching down and just letting whatever pour out. And then, if he feels a lack of movement, just drop it and give the good old end of Jurassic Park 1. When dinosaurs ruled the earth kind of T-Rex roar in the ethereal plane, so that the people in the material plane can only see a ghost T-Rex.
You all watch as a ghostly T-Rex bites down. Utaka, you're actually sent flying off the haunches of the horse and onto the salt ground, and looking up above you in Israel in the distance with your bow, as Griaz literally picks up Melvin's brother, horse and all, and just shaking them to and fro before casting them to the side and giving a intense rumbling, jowl shaking, belly rumbling roar as you guys 2-1 slaughter the entire Gale Howler family.
Oh, yeah.
Not the
We
entire.
did it for Melvin, truly.
Melvin's still around.
Do they return to the
There can
material
only
plane
be
when they
one.
die?
I believe so. Plane shift. I
I don't think so.
Actually,
This
no,
is
it doesn't
plane shift.
specify.
No, they
Yeah,
are
no.
stuck there.
All
They
right.
don't get to leave unless they have plane shift has the ability to get back.
Okay, so yeah. The body of... Go on.
Sorry, I was gonna say Griaz will walk over and use his little T-Rex arm to try to help Utaka up, but he's really just trying to reach.
That was really cool, buddy. But I will push myself up. We don't see any hint of the vampire that disappeared here, do we?
Make a perception check.
Okay. 24?
No, there's no indication here. Although you do notice everything around you in the ethereal plane, you can see the boundaries of the ethereal swamp, but everywhere that has that kind of chalky white is invisible to you. It's just a void. However, Griaz, as you murder the Horseman of Conquest, there's this kind of pause, and you notice they're the one bit of color in this void all of a sudden, as if they've kind of melded with the background. And you watch as the white color of their skeletal mount and the red color of their robes kind of meld into a kind of muddy, almost swampy green, and wisps off to the south.
He'll go to say something and then realize he's still a T-Rex, but I believe, I'm actually double checking this right now, I think he has the intelligence of a T-Rex as well. Let's see.
I thought soft stats
No.
didn't change.
The
Yeah,
target's
actually,
gained,
I'm pretty sure
including
you're-
mental ability scores, replaced
Yeah,
by the
polymorph, you
statistics.
take all of them.
Oh,
you
polymorph.
throw
Polymorph, it's all of them, not
Yeah,
wild.
wild shape, you keep your brain, but yeah. So he just kind of goes, just pointing off to the south.
What
Wait,
the
I
fuck's he
understand
saying?
animals all the
Yeah,
time.
Israel.
So
does.
what is he saying?
He's just like, hey, that was some real fucked up shit. You see that green shit go off to the south? I'm a T-Rex now.
And she goes, yeah. And then she looks in that direction.
Do you think we can catch it?
Why would we want to catch it?
Well, I don't know. Wait, it wasn't the like dude, right? It was magic, right?
Yeah, it was like green, swampy magic, right? And she looks to the T-Rex.
It shrugs to the best ability a T-Rex can shrug.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Little baby arms. And
wait,
she
was
starts
it-
giggling at the little baby arms.
Was it etherealness that puts you on both planes, or is that what you
Uh,
Ghost
said?
step.
It's my ghost step tattoo.
Oh,
So
okay,
it is
it's different.
it is a
Okay.
tattooed tree ghost T-Rex.
The
Okay.
tattooing is just very makes it.
Okay. Can you ask him to like bring the body back? Like just bring it up in his chomper before he goes back.
Yeah, so she would relay that. Could you just get it and bring it back with you?
He's already holding it, like crunching on a little bit.
Good job. Fantastic. Perfect.
Okay.
All right.
Uh,
Peace, and I will drop etherealness.
Okay. Gaharis, as you're getting ready to start staking bodies, Ivron, you're ready with your holy weapon as the battle's literally gone to another plane of existence, and you can just see Griaz's T-Rex form kind of shifting and roaring and talking periodically to no one. Utaka reappears.
Wait, can I? I'm reading
you?
etherealness.
Uh-oh.
When the spell ends, I don't think it says that I can end it before, and it's not
Uh,
concentration.
Well, you usually with those you just assume you can drop them at any time, but I'll check.
Yeah, I mean, like,
You step into
that's
the
what I
boardroom.
assumed, but it does not say that.
Say how long it lasts.
8 hours.
No, it says up to 8 hours. So yeah, you're fine.
Okay, cool.
I think most spells you can drop as a bonus action. unless
Yeah, I
you
was
save
gonna say
otherwise.
yeah.
I would
So
hope
yeah,
so,
you're good.
yeah.
Alright, cool.
Utaka, you return to the material plane. Ivron, Gaharis, Utaka seems fine. I don't even think you took any damage, Utaka. So yeah, Utaka looks fine.
Hello?
Hey, Ghost T-Rex over there's got him. He's coming back in a moment, I think.
Wonderful. I was just about to stake all of these bodies.
Cool.
At least
I
I
suppose.
think that was what they were supposed to do with vampires. I can't really remember. Or maybe it's sunlight. I don't remember. And then with the handle of the sword.
If it's over, I guess I'll help you. And if Ron will just give the last rites, he's not gonna stake any bodies.
Okay.
So, the sending spell requires that like a creature be known to you, right?
I believe so, yes.
I would like to send a message to the vampire that left.
Okay.
I've met them.
Yeah, I'll say that counts.
Just goes.
Do you remember me? I put a thing through your gut, you know.
Hey, sorry about all your family. I guess they're like dead or something.
I still have some family left. And when I find them, we'll be coming for you.
I will send another sending. We got some of your family too.
Not for long.
Okay, I'm gonna turn to the others. I think we gotta go put Melvin somewhere.
What? Why? Did we not win?
Cause the guy that like, I just like talked to him for a bit. Looks like he said not for long that we're gonna have a member of his family. So
how fast are they moving? Could we not catch them right now?
I don't know. I don't think he's gonna tell me if I ask. Okay, give me a second. I will cast sending. Hey, where are you going? How fast are you going? Do you want to like meet up sometime?
What business is it of yours?
Oh my god, he's gonna make me fucking keep doing this. Okay, I will cast sending again. I mean, it wasn't until y'all were fucking up my friend Swomp, but guess it's like kind of my business because the Swamp and because Melvin.
There's a long pause, and I do not know who you're talking about, but a swamp is a small price to pay for the greatness of Sinistra.
Would that be a religion check? Do I know what the fuck that is?
Roll religion.
What does a 15 get me?
I'll say, given that Avron's done a lot of reading on local religion, and you've spoken to Avron quite a bit, I'll throw you a bone and say Avron mentioned kind of in passing at some point that was the name often given to Andrasta by ancient cultists who worshipped her. Typically those who saw her as a malevolent, violent goddess of war rather than a goddess of protection and victory.
Okay, and so, sorry, what did he say then about Sinistra?
Basically, a swamp is a small price to pay to do something in her glory.
Yeah, so turns out he was not willing to just tell me where he's going or how fast he's going. Like, I know that's a surprise. But, yeah, I don't think they feel any remorse about the swamp, so I don't know. It's kind of fucked up.
I think at that point, Griaz is going to snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Drop everything. But he'll kind of like plop the thing out of his mouth, drop polymorph. What the fuck did he say? And he's going to cast locate creature. And he's going to see if he can detect this thing, if it's within range.
Locate creature, and specifically the Nosferatu?
Yeah, the one that Utek was talking to.
Sense the creatures. Okay. If they're detectable, they're certainly not within range.
Damn.
Is it time to bring out the ducat?
Is it? Is that the times that we need? Do we know their name? Also, do you want a steak?
Don't know their name. But we could ask Melvin. Give me a moment.
Okay.
Sorry. I will cast another sending to Melvin. Hey, it's Utaka. So, one of your brothers is a vampire. That's cool, I guess. He's coming for you. What's his name? It's important.
Wait, who's coming for me? What? You met my brothers, what?
Melvin, you wasted a fucking setting.
I'm gonna cast sending again, this bitch. Okay, I'm just gonna go through all my fucking spells at this rate. Melvin, focus. The brother that's a vampire is coming for you. What are your brother's names?
I don't know. None of my siblings were undead. But I had a lot of siblings. There was Altair, Abjor, Encanta, Invoca, Necron.
I will repeat those 5 names out loud. Those are his brothers. He doesn't know which one it was.
If they got names stitched into their cloaks.
I guess I'll look over the bodies for valuables or identifiers.
I mean, does the deck even work if they're dead? You could just try all the names.
Matt, if Ron is gonna
valid.
use commune and speak to Andraste and ask if she answers.
Like, hey mom, what's that guy's name?
Like, I don't mean to be a pest, but like,
I know, Mom. You got better things to do, but
you gave me a task and I kind of failed at it. So I gotta redeem myself now.
All right, so you're gonna use commune.
Yeah.
Big boy spells coming out today. I'll say those of you who are searching the bodies, go ahead and roll investigation and just keep your result ready. I'll come back to you. All right, so
I will aid someone.
I do want to emphasize that Israel has not.
Yeah.
Israel has not come back to the material.
Yeah, I noticed. All right, so Gahara's investigation with advantage. We'll come back to you.
Israel has not come back?
No, she's plane shift. She can't come back till tomorrow.
Yeah. She cannot.
All right, so
I start rifling through the loot and then realize this.
Your wife's.
Where is Israel?
She's in. You didn't bring her back, Griaz?
I had to bring the fucking thing in my mouth.
You were like 15 feet tall. She could only climb down your back or something. Oh, no. I don't know.
I mean, I can go back if it's that big of a deal. I just didn't have to drag her back with me.
Can you go get her?
Yes.
I will pull out the monocle,
True Sight.
which I believe lets me see into the ethereal plane.
It does. And
Wonderful.
Israel, since I believe on the other plane you can still vaguely see the material plane, you see Gaharis as like everyone starts to freak out about the fact that you're not back yet.
She's been standing to Harris at this point.
Yeah, so yeah, Gaharis, you pull out the monocle and see Israel is right next to you.
And she's still in her guise, so she has her crazy, like, she's like a dryad with that, in the big, horrid grin, but she also has these beautiful wings sprouting out of her back, and she's just standing near you, like, just chilling.
See, my question is, does she count as within 60 feet of me, or does she count within...
She's on a different plane.
Yeah. I was like, man, I could have just banished back, but like, But, okay, I will wave back, and then I will start rifling through the bodies, and just keep looking back, making sure they haven't vanished.
Okay.
Griaz will use another charge of Ghost Step, and then go and kind of pick up Israel by like the scruff of the cloak, and then come back to the material plane and just kind of set her down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ivron, you commune with Andraste. You may ask her 3 questions.
So the first question, Ron, because they can only be yes or no, right? So the first one he's gonna ask is, is the person nearby.
You feel that sense of warmth on your shoulders, almost like loving motherly hands on them, and no, you are safe for now.
Will you give me the ability to locate them?
I can, if that is what you wish.
Do you want them dead?
A thirst for blood would prove me the monster they thought of me as. If they are no longer a threat to the people of this world, then I am content.
Well, Iran will do his mind bow, because he bows at everything, and in appreciation.
And Ivron, as you cut your communion with your mother and start to get ready to relay this to the party, another voice speaks up in your mind. The false children have been slain. Two remain.
Noted. So Iran will relay this to the party. I do not think they are a threat, but they are not nearby.
I mean, they implied they were a threat to Melvin.
Perhaps.
And if there is anything we know, is that Melvin is the key to everything and needs to be kept safe.
Is he not safe?
If a
Within the
vampire is
Sylvan.
coming for him to turn him against us,
If we altogether failed to dispatch this creature, I would assume that Melvin by himself probably is not a sufficient fighter.
I have a solution to this. A combination of solutions. As Utaka pointed out, we have a ducat. We could test the ducat real quick on names. If it directs us to anybody in this immediate vicinity, check that box off. Secondly, I can turn us all into giant eagles and we can hunt this fucker down once we know their name, including your pets.
That works for me.
I like
Dirty 20 for investigation on the bodies.
Okay. And Israel, what were you saying real quick before I give the results?
Oh, she was just seconding that I want to turn into a giant eagle and hunt the thing down. That sounds like fun.
Okay.
I want to fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an
Where
eagle.
is Melvin? Oh, see.
Silver Sanctum.
Silver Sanctum.
Silver Sanctum, but preparing to join you guys in Veilbright to fight the priest.
Okay. Figured.
Okay. And out of curiosity, Gaharis, what was the initial roll? Basically, what was the regular roll and then
Dirty 20
advantage
was the
roll?
First roll, second roll was a 8 plus 5, so 13.
Okay. So you initially don't find a whole lot, but as Guriaz is fetching your wife and everyone's talking to his mother, Utaka kind of helps you. Most of them either crumbled to dust and didn't leave bodies behind, teleported away, or melted into flesh. The few that left bodies behind, you're able to retrieve from. Altair Gale Howler, the Child of Conquest. You are able to retrieve what appears to be a longsword, a longbow, and a short sword.
All right. I will cast Identify on the longsword and the bow.
Okay.
And then I will ritual cast it on the third one.
Okay. Scanning them, you don't see anything. No, they don't seem to possess any innately magical properties themselves. But Utako, you assist Gaharis in gathering these things. Griaz, you drop off Israel. And Ivron, just as you're turning to relay what you heard, all of you notice something. Bird calls. The rushing of wind. Babbling brooks. The bubbling of tar pits. Little by little, color, sound, and life begins to return to the Black Swamp. With the death casting the spells that drained the swamps of their magic, life is beginning to return.
It's really nice what a little bit of blood can do.
Griaz, the Black Swamp has been restored, and although you guys don't necessarily know it for sure yet, I'm sure you all can intuit, Broadhead Bog is beginning to recover as well. The only place left is Fa Marsh to the north, surrounding Veilbright, the largest of the swamps that were drained, and supposedly what was used to grant Tenniel their abilities before they started converting to gnome sacrifice rather than swamp sacrifice.
How's Pearl doing? Because they were part of that.
They are just feasting on the bodies, especially once Griaz brings in Altair's body, and they are just feasting happily. And you can see almost every bite they get, unlike before where it would never seem to satiate them, they seem like they're getting legitimately full off of it. And you can see like color and life and energy beginning to return to the creature. Almost like it's slowly calming down and returning to normal as, again, across Mazai, Broadhead Bog begins to gradually restore.
It would seem that perhaps our journey takes us back to Veilbright. That is where Melvin is.
Mm-hmm. Where everything is now.
The army should be assembled by the time we return.
Yeah.
That seems
I'll,
like the best plan.
I'll tell Tails to keep an eye on Melvin for now, till we get there. And I'll use another sending to do so. To, like, ask Tails to keep Melvin with him for the foreseeable future because Melvin is in danger.
Okay. There's a brief pause before Tails responds. On it. He's usually with me anyway.
A good boy.
I can see that you're making progress. I'll see you in Veilbright.
There.
Yep.
Well,
Okay.
Griaz, are you going to give us the tour of your swamp?
I would absolutely love to. This is the place where things die. If you will kindly follow me, you'll see lots of other places where things die. Because that, friends, is part of a swamp. It's part of the whole circle of life, as it were. And death is an important part of it, especially in a swamp where rot and fermentation is an essential foundation. Literal foundation to it, as you'll see. Also watch your step, because there are bogs and alligators and tar pits and thorns and swamp gas, venomous spiders, venomous snakes, mosquitoes that carry all sorts of different diseases. It's really beautiful, when you really take a look at it.
So Israel looks like someone who's enjoying a nature hike and B, a good National Geographic show. So he's like right beside Griaz, like, this is great. This is incredible. Top tier content.
Hey, little
He would
friends.
see the noble bugbear.
Little friends, can you like not bite my big friends? Thanks. I'm gonna give all the bugs around like a thumbs up.
The bugs actually listen. Whereas before it was like hesitant, like they clearly wanted to, but like were refusing for your sake. Here, they seem perfectly content to just continue gorging themselves on the remains of the Gale Howlers.
That sounds wonderful. I don't know if we ever asked. What originally brought you to the swamp in the first place?
Well, see, my previous career, my first main career, was a bit of an unscrupulous one.
Bodies.
That was more of a secondary aspect. I was a smuggler, and I used this swamp to smuggle goods. for people, and again, unscrupulously, and mostly illicit goods, hence the smuggling aspect to it, because people don't like going in swamps. You know, especially people in lots of heavy armor. Swamps tend to be places where they sink and die. And to that point, yes, I did use this as a dumping ground for people who ventured a little too far, as it happened. But after a while, I spent enough time here that I started realizing this is a much better home than any of the cities on the other side, and kind of just figured that, you know, I might as well just stop dealing with shitty folk, who is mostly who I was dealing with. Didn't want to do that anymore. And so I started just setting down my roots here, and then I started literally setting down roots here. And for long, I realized that, you know, person's got to defend their home. And swamp spirits seemed to appreciate that. They came to me one day and said, "Hey, we like the cut of your jib," in more fancy swamp spirit words. And they gave me these neat druid powers. They taught me how to understand what plants and animals were trying to say. And yeah, I kind of lived here for a little bit until, well, y'all know, people came in and started messing things up, and that's why I came to y'all. Yeah, I try to keep my hands covered in mud more than blood these days. I mean, with obvious exceptions, because I don't like, you know, nobody likes people coming into your home messing stuff up. But yeah, I'm glad I found y'all.
I'm glad we could help.
Yeah, it's nice having your home back.
Sorry it took
We
us
honest
a while
fuck
to get here.
Everything we did along the way mattered.
This mattered too, though. Didn't want you to like think it didn't to us, you know?
I never doubted that. I was going to wring Tails' neck when, you know, if you pushed it off one more time, but, you know, I knew it wasn't all y'all. And y'all are welcome. I mean, find a nice soft patch of this or that and have a seat. Just make sure, you know, nothing's going to bite you on the inside. But, yeah. Find a tree and lean up against it, give your back a good scratch. Most bugs are edible. Just be aware of bright colors. That tends to be indicative of poisons.
Don't eat my friends. I told them not to eat you.
Oh, for God's sake, circle of life. Death is integral to it.
I mean, yeah, but
I mean, that brings up an important thing. It looks like we don't have any rations anymore.
Well,
it's fine. I can make us food.
I had rations. She conveniently avoided.
She was never in that aura.
Your rations. She was
Yeah.
That one
Fuck.
of us did. Graz, are you going to kill the priest with us, or are you needed here now?
I mean, I don't mind coming with y'all to take care of them, but I mean, this is my home, so whenever we're done with all this, this is where I'm coming back to. I might venture out a little bit more often than I did before. Don't have to be a hermit forever, but I'm looking forward to a couple 100 years hanging out around here.
In 100 years, I'm going to probably be dead.
I know. Circle of life.
Everyone might be around, though.
Perhaps. Maybe we shouldn't get our hopes up. We still have to make it past this priest that we are facing. But I know we can do it. And he bows to you, Riaz, as he is a guest at your front door. Thank you for your hospitality.
Yeah, this is bugbear hospitality. You don't pull them in for a big hug, and then kind of like use the long reach, pull everybody in for a big hug.
Yay!
Hug bear.
Hug bear.
It's like a Muppet, just the arms are like way too extended.
Oh,
On like
it's
sticks.
Muppet Treasure Island when they stretch out Gonzo.
Exactly, yeah.
You
And
can come visit us in the Barrows.
Yeah. And apparently in the literal realm of nightmares.
Us in the barrels?
No.
Oh, well, yes, dear brother, I extended an invitation to Taka, as they perhaps feel as though it might be a place for them.
I
That
mean,
is wonderful. I am sure you will have so many adventures around there. I most likely will stay in the Silver Sanctum.
Yeah.
Yes, it is rather unique that you have gained a realm out of all this. What are we to call you, dear brother?
Well, I think that regardless of titles, I'm still your brother.
This is true.
Yeah, but what title are you taking?
I think that rather depends on how this battle against the priest turns out.
Okay,
Yes.
assuming you don't die.
Well, I was going to say, assuming they don't need a new emperor or empress.
Gotta
Just-
aim high, right?
Just be humble and go with God King.
Your ambitions know no bounds.
Isn't that what got us into this mess in the first place? That God King business?
Weird how cyclical this is. All I'm telling y'all is plant a tree near
Almost
your front
like a wheel.
door, and we'll I'll stop by from time to time.
I will expect visits.
Guaranteed.
And we open our map and fast travel.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
delightful.
then we all arrived at Veilbright.
Yeah.
Tails appears and goes, I knew your conversation was over.
To
So,
be fair, if they rest the night, I guess. No, never mind. It's fine.
okay. Griaz, I will say, just so for my clarification, will Griaz be staying with the party for the final battle?
Yes. This is the player's last session. But Griaz would not leave his friends to face this final battle.
Okay. You all begin the treacherous journey to Veilbright. The trip itself is, thankfully, rather uneventful. You do pass through the town of Cask of the Undead Garrus. However, most of them have mobilized to Veilbright, so it's rather skeletal at the moment, if you'll pardon my pun. You pass through the remains of what was once Fall Marsh. You can see the goblin city of Augur in the distance, thankfully freed of its verminous charges, courtesy of Israel. And as you guys begin to approach Mount Scaline and Veilbright itself, you can see that as the salt flats stretch seemingly endlessly, there is a literal sea of people at the foot of the mountain. As at its peak, atop the manor where the Lord Mayor of Veilbright resides, above the Goldshine Supernatural Investigation Agency headquarters, the ashy mountains that the common and undercommon have been fighting over for a decade, you see, up close and personal, the priest. Three heads kind of scanning the horizon, always looking down at the people gathered at their feet, but never seeming to consider them enough of a threat to actually do anything. And you notice you guys have been getting pelted with rain and snow the entire trip, but once you reach Veilbright, it all suddenly stops as you've reached the eye of the storm. Looking over your head, you see the swirling dark clouds gathering around the priest, except for this like halo of untouched sky around the mountain itself. And surrounding Veilbright, where was once a besieging army of Undercommon planning to take back Veilbright for themselves, a united army of all people stands ready. Thousands from all over Mazai, the Emelian Empire, the Bobwin Sultanate, the Undarian Duchy, and the Bluefield Alliance. The goblins of Augur, the undead of Cask, the bugbears of Noth, the humans of Amelia City, the gnomes of Terminus, swamp gnomes, forest gnomes, rock gnomes. You see quite a few familiar faces scattered among everything, but kind of patrolling the outskirts, not really blending in with any group in particular, are Gria has two figures that are actually familiar to you, and familiar to the rest of you, with the exception of Utaka and Ivran. Griaz, you are approached by Brooke Buckler and her crew, and the gambler, Waylon Mariner.
It's been a minute.
Waylon kind of looks at you with kind of a raised eyebrow, and yeah, that it has. And he kind of looks to the company you're keeping, and so it's true. Turned on us, have you?
Waylon, you know better than to pick sides when something like that's facing down.
Am I under arrest when this is over?
We think I'm a fucking cop?
He kind of glances to Ivron and Gaharis and Utaka and Israel, and then back to you.
Israel looks at, what do you think we are? Fucking cops?
We left them. We're not there anymore.
I think cops report to me now?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's so.
they're kind of cops, but like
I'm not.
not you. I'm talking
Fuck
about
that.
talking about the brothers.
Okay, yeah, they're good
Yeah,
boys.
yeah.
Well, he is, and I'll point to everyone.
Waylon, ain't nobody give a shit about you right now. You always thought more about yourself than anybody did anyway.
He kind of rolls his eyes, and he's about to say a smart-ass comment back, but the priest gives a roar, and there's another crackle of electricity, and all of you feel that like jolt, as with none of your spell slots or abilities extended, you feel that like overloading sensations. You kind of all twitch reflexively, and Brooke kind of and you can see some of Brooke's face kind of like almost skeletizing as like her curse threatens to completely overtake her with the exposure to the priest. Maybe not the best time, gents.
Yeah, Waylon. What Brooke said. Go yourself.
I suppose it's
Oh,
not-
just like a cop to pin everything on me.
No. I mean, there's no reason we could all pin blame on each other. Why don't we instead say, let's go kill a dragon?
Let's go kill a dragon.
Is there a giant icicle yet?
Make a perception check.
Okay.
What?
I asked
How would you need to perception
Nat
die?
20. Nat 20 for a total of 29.
Harris, you can see there is indeed a giant icicle emerging from one of the neighboring peaks of the Hydra Mountains.
Oh, Kenny Caldwell. Never lets you down.
You'll have to get the priest to head south if you want it to be near enough to it to impale it, but yes, there is an icicle beginning to form. And as the united armies stand, you all get that, again, kind of lurching sensation. As, again, you all feel like you've been spun around in a wheel. And there's this sound almost between a snake's rattle and the rattle of chains. And Ivron, you feel the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. And as you turn, you see Mistra. Hand in one of her suit pockets and the other twirling a chained balisong knife. Her hat is slung low so you can't see her eyes clearly, but she's still wearing the same smirk she always does.
Well, hello then.
Hello. Forgot what it felt to say that.
Are you actually here? Or am I just imagining you?
As you all hear Ivron speak, you turn and all of you can see the same visage as she smiles and with a thumb across the brim of her hat looks up at all of you. And you can see where once was the gleaming golden eyes of the mischievous gnomish woman, you see are reddish black pits that perfectly match the Children of Red Sight auras you've all seen from Detect Magic, except they swirl and spin constantly like a wheel at play. There's no Scalara, there's no white to the eyes, just red and black that constantly spins like a whirlpool, almost mirroring the hurricane above you. I'm who she was meant to be.
Well,
You're supposed to be dead.
What a shame. It is for you to fail. I'm so sorry to disappoint you, but we have bigger things to do than bandy words with, well, a cult of red sight instrument.
Do you think you stand a chance against all three of us?
Honestly, I don't think you or I can answer that.
You see the eyes begin to spin rapidly as you feel that lurching sensation again, and I'm afraid there's very little that I lack the answers to. Barrow Lord Gaheris Blackmont. The wheel of fate is turning. Let's see where you all land.
How is Devron taking this?
Ivran gets off of Valkyrie and walks straight up to her and casts Banishment at 5th level. See if that works.
If not,
think-
I
and I
can
think-
back you up, I think, with a banishment at O.
And I think I'll back with banishment at 5th level if hers doesn't work.
Exactly. It's
Like,
we
get
have
outta
to
here.
go with banishment, yeah.
Scram.
All right, so I'm just going to make a crap ton of charisma saves.
Don't worry, we all know that charisma was her dump stat.
Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, but there we go. Okay. So stupid. Okay, I'll say Ivron's first. Does a dirty 20 resist?
How about you roll that at disadvantage?
Does a dirty 20 resist?
Save DC's 20. I forgive.
I believe if you meet it, you beat it. So,
Yeah.
Israel does a 26 save.
Unfortunately, yes.
You know, would these take are these in the same turn? Is my
I'm
question.
assuming so. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I can't silver rebarb every single one.
Yeah, that'd be funny, but no.
Yeah, no.
And Gaheris does a.
If it's over 20, it saves.
Does a 33 save.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll save.
Okay,
This
I'm gonna
is a
throw
god-given mortal form.
I figured
throw a
I'd
net
try.
on her. Shit. I'm just gonna throw a net and I'm gonna crit.
I would like a wisdom save from her.
Oh my god, fine.
This is the moment we've been waiting for, where we all gang up on Mistra and just like lay into her.
Ivron, can we kill her?
Utaga does a 26 resist.
Unfortunately. If she sticks around, I will try again.
And Griaz, you're critting to throw a net on her.
Yes, that net is so good.
Oh man.
As all of you are slinging your spells, each of you are met with that lurching sensation as destiny literally rewrites to ensure that your attacks do not land. Except for Griaz, who seemingly just through the mundanity of the action throws the King of Hearts off enough to where you just throw a net over the small gnomish woman, but they just kind of look to you and kind of tilt their head and... Your destiny ended days ago. Why are you here?
I don't know, but you're a gnome. Like, it's a net. I don't have answers to questions.
I am much more than a gnome. And with a rattle of chains, they vanish. And the priest gives a mighty roar as the three poachers, John, Billy, and Titanus, run through the battlefield towards you. As you can see, the army is starting to get tense as John, Billy, and Titanus stand before you. Harrison all salute. And Captain?
Hello,
Lord Els has been sighted in the city.
I believe it is now your lordship, but is that okay?
My lord, Lord Els has been spotted in the city.
I look to Ivron.
This is good. We knew he would be here. The army is assembled.
And I will say yes. By this point, Jeremy, feel free to send me at some point the just troop counts for the Barodel, just so I can note that on the battle list.
Oh, sure.
And as you guys confront and for now irritate and banish the wheel, who has taken Mistra's body as their mortal form, the priest stands on the mountain, ready to leap down and wreak havoc upon those who kept it contained. And somewhere in the great city of Valbright, Gaharis and Ivron, your adoptive uncle, lies in wait to meet you all in glorious battle, to prove once and for all that his ideals of violence and conquest are the only true route to peace. It remains to be seen if your squabbling, divided militia can stand against the forces of the wheel, the priest, and judgment, the tower. And that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
Oh goodness. Alright. Give me that sweet, sweet sign-off music.
I will do that. Just was returning all my dice to their proper resting place.
So many dice.
Yeah, I had so many dice at the ready for this. All right, there you go.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for sticking around. It's been absolutely delightful playing with this wonderful group of players as we ramp up for, what is it, the semi-finale? Next episode?
No, this next one's going to be the finale, actually, because this was supposed to be the semifinal from what you guys told me.
For the finale.
If we can get through it all next time.
Yeah.
I'm going to freely say, it's basically just going to be one giant battle where you resolve everything all at once. I imagine you'll be able to do it.
That's what I like to do, is solve all my problems at once. If only real life was like that.
And then maybe we'll have an epilogue after that. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, since you guys have a bit more flexibility, so.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah, no worries. For those of you watching, thank you so much for spending time with us. Here at Graham Crackers, we are all about spending time with friends and making memories, whether they are through TTRPGs, RPGs, MMORPGs, or just video games. Because, time is fleeting, and, when you have free time, spend it with people you enjoy. Because those memories will last you a lifetime. But, I had the absolute delight of playing Lord Gaharis, Nervos Blackmont, Lord of the Silver Sanctum, first of his name, Father of Dragons, the Paladin. If you want to find me, you can find me on Twitter at GrahamCrackers1, or you can find me here. Every Monday, I say every Monday, but that's a lie. Most Mondays, I will be playing some sort of video game on the channel, but on Tuesday, Anarian's Rest picks back up with Season 2, with 2 players in the Feywild, 3 people having just survived a encounter with a exarch of a dead god. Nobody knows what's going on. Also, 2 divine interventions. Sorry, one divine intervention. things are gonna happen. And even I don't know where they will go. Because when you split the party, narratives change. But I'm excited to DM it for all of you. So if you have the time, that will be at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. Sorry, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard until 11:30. Or on the following Tuesday, Shards of Anarian returns with some new cast members, where they will be picking up where the dice landed after they defeated a dragon and closed the door to elsewhere. But outside of that, I don't have any other projects, which is really sad. But, it happens. You can find me, around on VR chat, if that is your thing, where I like to roleplay and do voice work with other people. But, enough about me. I want to know 3 things from my fellow cast members. Who are they? Where can we find them? And what are some cool projects they're working on? And you know what? Because it's Derek's final night, let's all get a goodbye.
No, I was actually going to ask
beat you
if
to it, man.
Derek. Yeah. So I will go penultimately. So I want the rest of you to go first before me, and then I'll pass the ball to Derek.
So, because I like to see Derek blush, why don't we have one additional thing to the things we say is our favorite Derek moment in our time playing with Derek. So I'll start. My favorite Derek moment is Derek showing up every week with the same line of, "Hey everybody," because he brings such enthusiasm and such a friendly, positive demeanor to the game that it really makes you feel like it's one of those home games with people you have been friends with forever, where it's very relaxed and very calm, and for that I am eternally grateful. Derek will always be in my top-ranked friends on MySpace. And I'll pass it off.
Hi everybody, it's me, Kari. I played Israel, the half-elf Fate Pact Warlock today, and you can find me absolutely 0 places except for Guild Wars 2 on occasion, and my little player name will be in the chat. I'm so sad to see this campaign come to a close, and there was so much we didn't get to see. So many moments where Derek could have been incredibly awesome that we didn't get to see, and it will forever leave me sad and heartbroken. And my favorite parts of having Derek here in this campaign is things such as horse crimes and the weather and just all those little bright spots where just that right amount of levity and slight meta-ness that both fits Griaz to a T, because I love this bayou living swamp man so much, just so much. He embodies just the spirit of Louisiana in a way I think few can capture. I cannot overestimate how much I love this bugbear and how much I love the player behind this bugbear and what he has brought to this table, and just the enjoyable moments, the truly just like heart-wrenching conversations, just like the absolute broness of sticking with Israel throughout her entire drug rehabilitation after being a drug smuggler. It's like a lot. So thank you, Derek, for just being awesome. One of the coolest players I have ever had the pleasure of playing with, and I can't wait to play with you again sometime, somewhere else. As another thing, apologies. My eyes have decided to stop working. But yeah, that's it for me, everyone.
All right. To respect to the designated ordering, I shall go. Hey guys, I am Vero. I played Utaka. You can find me in 2 weeks' time, also here on Tuesdays for Shards of Anarian, where I will be reprising my role as Sinra Staddermain. For other projects, I'm actually currently looking for 2 players for my Thursday game and 1 player for a Saturday game, perhaps. So, if you're looking for a game, on either of those 2 evenings, hit me up and we can talk. Otherwise, okay, so I'm gonna pick 2 things because I have played with Derek in 2 wonderful campaigns. From our Shards of Anarian, where I will miss him dearly. It will always stick to me. His like your character's emotional reaction to Ning's death and the way that you like took impetus during the funeral scene. That was very moving, and I think you portrayed emotion there extremely well. It was wonderful. For this campaign, I would say less of a specific moment and more of, I guess, the way that Griaz would give like extremely down to earth advice, like in times of turmoil, where he would get very serious and take any problem extremely seriously, and really be like the heart of the party. So I will miss that going forward. Even though this campaign was ending, I will always miss that sort of, I don't know, that glue. So off to you, Moose.
It'd be Ivron, wouldn't it? Or have you gone yet?
We've got everyone.
No, he already won.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
I couldn't remember if he already went. In that case, it's me. I was Matt, your DM. I played everyone else, and for my favorite Derek thing, just the amazing amount of patience at like being a player is never easy, as much as people like to say that being the DM's the hard part. You were always very forgiving and rolled with the punches so well. Like I would tell you some off the wall thing and you would just be like, yep, got it. And anytime I messed up, you were always very kind and courteous, being constructive rather than destructive. And in the end, as I always say, I hope you've made it to the end of this feeling like you got everything you wanted out of Griaz Bramblepelt. And I can't think of much else, but it's fantastic having you at my table. I hope to see you at my tables again, and I was already planning to extend to you the invite so that you will always be basically referenced for my other games in case you ever want to have a seat at one of my tables again. All of you are fantastic, but Derek, you will always be my very special druid. There will never be another druid quite like you. Really.
You all are wonderful, and I very much appreciate your very kind words. I should start by saying, hi everybody, I'm Derek Sword. If you want to find me and my projects anywhere, the best place is Twitter at dsword16. Most of my stuff is on hold right now because the main reason I'm even leaving this campaign, unfortunately early, is I'm returning to office, which involves a very long commute, and I just wouldn't return in time. And it's not fair to these people or this story to hold off any longer than need be. For someone who has not who doesn't really love druids, I play a lot of them, and I can say that despite all that, I love Griaz Bramblepelt. So to that, I have and will continue to always be Griaz Bramblepelt. He is a bugbear. He is a rogue swamp druid, speaker for the swamps, mimic friend. Let's see, Burning Hand. That was another title. Slayer of enemies, layer of monsters. You know what I mean?
Mixer of the Bramblepelt cocktail.
Yes, definitely the founder of the Bramblepelt cocktail. Horse criminal, weather bear, former GSIA, current silver, whatever we are fucking calling ourselves. It has been a true honor to be brought into this campaign. and to see it to the near end with all of you. Griaz is stacked and ready for battle. Feel free. You know what? If he dies, just don't let him die. He's nigh immortal now. If you give him just like 2 more levels, he's nigh immortal.
Actually, you're about to get 2 more levels. I was going to reveal that at the very
There,
end.
he's
So.
nigh immortal. Okay, don't let him die this close. I have favorite moments for all of you. Graham, whether it was any time that Harris and Griaz went off together, somebody was going to get stabbed, or at least that was the plan, that somebody was going to get stabbed. It was always just like, it was an assassination mission. And I love that, because the opposite end is anytime it was with Ivron, it was like a humanitarian sort of thing. But my favorite thing with Ivron is every time Ivron would bow or stick out his hand to like have this very prim and proper like sign of respect, and just pulling him into a hug. That's one of my favorite visuals. Utaka stealing from literally everyone, ever, always, all the time. My inventory is still full of ill-gotten goods. And Kari, Israel was one of the first characters that really like deeply connected on an emotional level with Griaz, and he always kind of held on to this, like, Israel is somebody who can take care of herself, but he always kind of watched out for her and had like a special spot in his heart for her. Like there's Utaka being a dumb kid in the corner, and you know he needs attention from time to time, but Israel was like, they were the parents when there needed to be parents. It's just sometimes he just wasn't a parent, he was the weird uncle who was like, yeah, drugs are cool. This has been great. I love this character. Matt, to your point, I absolutely feel like I've gotten every inch out of Griaz now that I turned into a ghost tree T-Rex. I have extended the lengths that this character could live. So thank you all. Thank you, Graham, for inviting me. Thank you all for being wonderful friends throughout, and I look forward to the next one.
And I guess I'll say just some final notes before Graham takes us out. You all level up twice. Welcome to level 20.
First level 20 character ever.
As in the next session, you will be fighting a deity, a over max level Hell Knight, and a giant kaiju that gives infinite magic. The Battle of Valebright is set to begin, and I will say, Derek, my sincerest apologies that because I had an emergency, you can't join us for the final session, but...
No need to apologize, man. That's life. That's, same reason I'm leaving what I am. That's just life.
Yeah, but I'm glad you got everything you wanted. Yeah. And farewell, Bugbear Weather Druid. Graham,
timeless body. Bugbear Weather Druid. He is now an eternal, like, he is Swamp Thing. He is the Hulk gone off. He's just going to be moss covered, just living out there like a goddamn cryptid that he is. They are going to tell stories of the thing that lives in the swamp.
If I ever need a Swamp Thing NPC, I know I'm calling you.
He's just out there doing his own damn thing. He's just going to wait for everybody else here to die. Israel's going to take a minute, but yeah, he's just going to do his thing. Just be a Swamp Bugbear.
Alright, well, you could say that you've Jurassic peaked. That was bad, I'm so sorry. I had to ruin the moment. But, thank you everyone for...
You T-Rexed the entire thing. I would say he was the Triceratops, okay? That's what I would say.
I can't.
Been Triceratops.
Yeah. Sorry, if that hurt a little bit, I'm sorry, you're Brontosaurus.
Honestly, it works with a lot of sources. But everyone here, it has been delightful having you. While we aren't going to raid anyone tonight, we are going to let you go and enjoy your weekend. Thank you for spending your time with us. We truly and honestly cherish each and every one of you. So, from me to you, I hope that you stay happy, stay healthy, stay hydrated, and we'll see you soon. You always have a place here, and it will always be a safe place to just be you. So, we'll see you soon. Bye for now. Now, please wait while I put us on a stream ending scene. for like 5 minutes, and then suddenly we get raided.